Hypocrisy.
Hey, what's up, guys? Welcome to Law-Splaining the Interwebs. I am your host, Nick Rekieta of Rekieta Law, a small law firm in central Minnesota. You know this. You know this. That's why you're here. I don't know why I say it every time, but by now, it's just habit. It's built into me. It's built into me. It's like I'm one of those stupid race dogs, and when you send the bunny on the track, I'm going to chase it. These dogs are so dumb. They don't realize that that bunny's fake. That bunny's fake as hell. They chase it every time. I don't get it. I don't get it. Anyway, how are you guys doing tonight? Oh my goodness. We have got some things to talk about. We're gonna discuss some topics, some peoples. So, yes, I will be talking about Vic Mignogna and the situation with the Star Trek convention that by now you guys all know everything about. As for my face, I know something's wrong with my face. My beard has fled. What happened was I was trimming because it was like all scraggly. And so I was trimming it down. And while I was buzzing the little zzz thing, accidentally like twitched, shaved off a patch like right here. I'm like, okay. So I tried to even it out on this side and then it looked really dumb. So I just had to cut it off and we'll have to grow it back. So, Meow Day. No, they're not updates on Vic's case. They're not updates on Vic's case. They're up. It's on the Vic Star Trek convention that he was canceled from. Like, let's just go ahead and state what happened. He was canceled from the Star Trek convention. He was canceled by a sex pest in his own right, whose level of projection is off the charts. And that's the big story that a lot of people are talking about on Vic's thing. And so it would, I guess, be bad of me to not at least address what's going on. Talk about some things that I've seen in regards to what should be done about this. I will give you my thoughts on what that is. We're going to, of course, take a look at just who Emmett Plant is, because I know none of you know who Emmett Plant is, because nobody does. And at the same time that Emmett is out professing his quote-unquote victory over the mean evil that is Vic Mignogna, while he's doing that, he's admitting that it wasn't actually him, that it was ladies who did it behind the scenes, and that he's just trying to be the public face of it. So he's clout chasing. He's claiming, while at the same time claiming that his clout is responsible, while then divesting his clout of responsibility and suggesting that it was other more important people who were actually responsible. This thing is a walking contradiction, and that's been known for a while. We're going to explore that a little bit, but I'm not going to focus too much on Emmett because there's not much to say. Again, this is a person who is woefully unimportant, and Vic's cancellation has a shitload more to do with cancel culture itself and with the spinelessness of convention owners than it has to do with the success of Emmett Plant. So I'm going to talk about what my opinion is about what Vic needs to do about these situations, what people need to do about these situations, and what to expect. Because a lot of people think this is about Vic. And I think that's a bad way to look at this. I don't think that's a correct interpretation of what's going on right now, given the greater context of the things we're seeing every day. So that's going to come in the second hour of the show, though. For the first hour, we are going to talk about Chief Justice John Roberts, how much he sucks, what the problems are right now on the court, and we're gonna do that. It's going to be illustrated through a case I briefly talked about in a video, but we're going to look more deeply into the contrasting opinions of Justice Clarence Thomas and Chief Justice John Roberts. And I think we've got a time approaching where the actual Chief Justice, the de facto Chief Justice, the people's justice, is Clarence Thomas. And the Chief Justice, maybe we could call the Chief Cucktist, I don't know, I don't have a witty name for him, is John Roberts, sitting in the seat with no respect from either side as the Chief Justice. The Democrats certainly don't respect John Roberts because he's a Bush appointee. He's allegedly conservative, and he has shut down several Democrat things throughout his tenure on the court. Now, he's trying to backpedal on that lately, and he seems to be trying to cozy up to the left side of the court. But they can see through that. And so they don't respect him. The conservatives on the court certainly don't respect him. And the conservatives off the court, the people he's actually concerned about having the respect of, which is the populace. And this is the biggest problem with John Roberts, is the man is afraid to be disregarded or disliked or put in disrepute by the populace. Those people are the people who definitely have no faith in him, no like for him, and no love lost if he were to die tomorrow. So we're going to talk about that. We're going to look at the contrasting opinions on an important free speech case that just happened. And that's going to be the segment on why John Roberts sucks. We may have to do more of these segments going forward. So, a couple things I'm playing with on the channel. Just so everybody knows, of course, the locals page is about to be live. Soder has been working way harder than anybody should be on creating an automatic Discord access for locals. And once that is implemented, that will be the full-on opening of the locals page once there is automated Discord access. And it should be a pretty cool system where you get into the Discord server and you like message a particular bot with very simple instructions that'll show you how to do this. You message a bot and it assigns you your Discord role. That's right now, that's the system that's going to be there. You shouldn't have to wait for a mod. You shouldn't have to do anything. It should be able to pull that right away. We're just trying to lock that down, and hopefully that'll be ready very soon. Okay? So once that's there, locals will be full blown, and I will be offering transition codes. So you can get your gender reassignment from Patreon and Subscribestar straight onto locals, and everything should be great with that. And I will be posting exclusive content over to locals. Another advantage that I found on locals is if I'm premiering a video on YouTube, something I'm playing more and more with for videos that are 20 minutes and longer is this premiere function. When I premiere them, I can't put out a preview on YouTube. It won't let me grant access to people to preview it if it's going to be premiered, which I think is stupid, but that's how it is. So those videos will be uploaded to locals. And you'll be able to catch the preview of them there before the premiere actually happens. So that is coming along. Another thing I am looking at doing is I'm looking to add potentially once, twice a week, a half-hour daytime live stream. And I'm just trying to work on the functionality of where that might work. Just a consistent one with maybe like a weekly news recap. It's going to be a lot different than this live stream. This live stream is this live stream. It's going to be spicy. It's going to be liquor fueled, rage fueled. All of that stuff that happens here will stay here. The other one will be more akin to the daytime content that is currently coming out a little bit more news forward and stuff like that. I'm not 100% sure if I'm going to do this, but it's something I'm toying with, okay? So if you see a couple of those daytime live streams, come check them out and let me know what you think about them. If you hate them, that's cool. If you like them, that's great. All of that, I just like to know people's sort of thoughts on what's going on. The other thing I'm thinking of doing, and I've been toying around with this for a while, but these are longer, really in-depth dives into things, is I kind of want to go through and do some big videos on the origins of various rights, for example. One of those would be going through a case like Mapp versus Ohio and or Terry versus Ohio. Terry versus Ohio is the origin of the stop and frisk pat. It's called a Terry stop. And so to go through the backstory of these cases and see how they defined case law on major constitutional issues, I think that could be a really interesting sort of documentary style video. And I would love to put up some content that people can always go into and look at the backstories of these things, because there are some really fascinating backstories. Getting a major Supreme Court decision on a major case typically requires a very special type of plaintiff, a very special type of defendant, one of those two things, and bringing things together at a specific time in the cultural zeitgeist to make a change or to establish something as set. And so I'm thinking about figuring out how to do those types of videos. Those are weird because they take a lot of work on my end to put together. And it's not the type of video I normally do. It's a completely different style. It's not off the cuff thoughts and explanations and quick hits. It'd be a full in dive. I'm thinking about an hour-long presentation on these things. And I'm not entirely sure how to do it. The other thing I want to start doing, and I think this one a lot of people are going to really like, but I have to do it really, really well. And it takes a lot of planning. And again, it's something that I don't do this style of video. So I have to figure out how to do it. And I'll probably need to employ some help on them. But I would like to do an every state self-help sort of walkthrough of various things. For example, how to file for a divorce yourself in Minnesota, and walk people through where they can find the forms to do these types of things, what types of cases it's recommended for, not recommended for, what kind of things to fill out, and kind of walk people through step by step on documents what to do. But I have to be very, very careful about that because I can't actually give people legal advice, and that strays really close to legal advice. So I have to figure out how to do that and point people to these resources that are out there. How to probate an estate, for example, how to almost like a legal Zoom, but on YouTube type thing. And actually in the video description, point people directly to these resources so they can do them. There's a lot of stuff people can do themselves. I always recommend getting a lawyer, but that's not always practical, right? It's not always practical to pay a lawyer $5,000 to $10,000 to navigate a divorce with no children. If you could just download the forms, fill them out, sign them, and send them to the court for approval. So I want to do that. I think it'd be great content that people can, always kind of go back and see, oh, okay, my state has these resources. Here's how I can do this. So those are things I'm messing with right now. So, how to probate an estate in Tennessee in Minecraft. So I got to figure out how to do that very carefully within my ethical obligations, but also providing a good resource for people, and one that they can come back to again and again and again, which is vastly different than sort of the daily news updates and current events that I talk about a lot. So, Salt, it's just I'm not teaching people to get a divorce. It was just an obvious sort of self-help thing that that state courts have on their website. They have tons of different things, though. So that's not the only thing. But it was just one example that popped in my head. So, how to choose a lawyer episode. There's not really a good guide, but maybe I could start interviewing some lawyers on that, just short ones. That'd be a good idea. Ask lawyers what they look for. Lawyers who hire lawyers, what they look for. Now we're thinking. It's not a pimple. This is it's over here. It's a mole. It's not a pimple. It's there forever. It's just a thing. So. All right. So pop it, get it removed. What is it? Here's a quarter. Why don't you go downtown and hire a rat to gnaw that thing off your face? Right? So there you go. Okay, couple chats, and then we'll get to the Chief Justice. We've got Kiwi Goes Live. Says, I've been on bed rest for a week now due to a back injury, and it gave me a lot of time to watch movies. In particular, I watched GoldenEye, and I realized we had the perfect reboot and reimagining of a character right there. Hell, Bond's nemesis is his past. Dun, dun, dun. Joshua Vidrine says, finished your previous show at work today. Had to step away from the skis I was working on when I heard how long the CPS thing went on, and when CPS said they should be able to lie to take kids. These organizations are evil. Yeah, we're also going to do a video on how to deal with CPS when they show up at your house. We're going to do that video. It's simple. Shut the fuck up and slam the door. Period. Reaver Barash says that CPS Asian lawyer from last night had a bad argument because there was no math involved. Come on. No, bad Reaver. Lost Bullets says, hey, Nick, make sure not to think about giving a long and very thoughtful tongue flicking of Monica Rial's special lady bits. Oh. Nix Hex says, this new content you're suggesting is okay, but it's not as useful or informative as Legal Eagle's deep dives on Legally Blonde, My Cousin Vinny, or Captain Marvel. No, it's not, is it? Is it? Tina says, Nick, how to get cucks, soy boys, and land whales mad at you on Twitter. I didn't even do anything. I didn't do anything. Here I am walking, stupid hair. Walking around, living my life, talking about all sorts of stuff, and I get roped into stuff that I'm not involved in. But now I'm involved, and so we're going to talk about it. One more thing. What am I drinking tonight? Well, we're going to finish this bottle of 2 gingers to start. Have I heard about this super straight stuff? It's hilarious. Look, I am super straight AF, except when I'm late. Yeah, so basically, if I understand right, is this a shot of whiskey? Is this how this works? I think so. That doesn't look like a good idea at all. That bottle didn't look like it had that much in it, but I guess it did. So, if I understand right, basically people said, I only I'm heterosexual and I only date other biological heterosexual members of the opposite sex, right? Like that's super straight, and that's a sexuality now, or a gender identity, and people are mad that someone created a gender identity. Uh-oh. Whoops. I guess that's a problem with the narrative. So yeah, I've seen it. It is kind of funny. All right, let's get to this. That is not what happened. My my stupid settings on Streamlabs got all kinds of wrecked lately. There's all sorts of reasons for it. Is this it? That's not it. This one? That's it. Ha ha! Ha ha! Okay. I think there's the stuff right there. Does that look correct? Yes. Yes. All right. So this is Gwinnett. This is a recent Supreme Court decision. It was an 8-1 decision, and the sole dissent was Chief Justice John Roberts. We are going to look at, we're going to read through the opinion of whatchamacallit, Clarence Thomas, and then we'll read through the opinion of John Roberts, and we will take notes. That's the idea. And then we're going to burn through that, and then we're going to talk about the Vic stuff. Oh, and then the last thing we're going to talk about is this stuff. This nonsense from Winston Marshall, who is now apologizing for endorsing a book. You've got to stop. You've got to stop. This apology culture is what is fueling all the stuff we're going to talk about with Vic in a minute. It's got to stop. Got to stop. These people have no spine. They have no fortitude. They have no marbles, right? Like to quote Major League 2. All right. Look at this name. Uzegbanam versus Prochowski. Like, are we serious with these names? Can we get Smith versus Daniel or something? Can we get an easy one? All right. Petitioners are former students of Georgia Gwinnett College who wish to exercise their religion by sharing their faith on campus while enrolled there. In 2016, Chike talked with interested students and handed out religious literature on campus grounds. Uzegbanam stopped after a campus police officer informed him that campus policy prohibited distributing written religious materials outside areas designated for that purpose. First problem. Free speech zones are bullshit and they need to be abolished. Speech should be free everywhere that it isn't unreasonable for it to be free. And the only places that speech are unreasonable to have absolute freedom are like when that exercising that freedom directly impacts the rights of someone else. And being out in a public space on a state campus, for example, you don't have some sort of expectation that no one can talk to you. That is not a real thing. Maybe in a classroom, right? In a classroom, we're going to say, okay, you don't have unfettered free speech during class because people are paying to hear the instructor. And if some dummy was just standing up, yelling about his religion in the middle of a classroom, that would be a waste of everyone's time. Now, if it's within the context of the discussion, sure, we can talk about that. But there's at least an argument to be made that that's a reasonable restriction. Like while class is happening in the classroom, maybe we don't have people standing on a soapbox. Okay, that's fine. Just hanging around campus, a free speech zone. Are you kidding? What is this? Why are we so delicate now that we can't confront an idea? I'm getting ahead of myself. Puggernaut says Emmett Plant has a bio on the Shore Leave Convention page as a guest this year. His overall career as a creative is a sorry tale of mediocrity, and his connections are owed to being a pilot fish and suck-up. Gross. Wait, so he has a Shore Leave Convention appearance? That's interesting. Yeah, and Breck says free speech zone is a 4x4 foot square at the rear of the farthest campus parking lot. I'm not joking. I believe you. I believe you. Vincent Augustus Montrose, did I see Governor Abbott of Texas proposing to ban gab because of anti-Semitism and DeSantis signing a similar bill? Seems like anti-First Amendment. Probably is anti-First Amendment. Texas and Governor Abbott has been a disappointment lately on freedom issues. DeSantis has been rather rock starry, so I don't know what is going on with him talking about banning gab. I think DeSantis has general social media stuff going on. I don't know how that applies specifically to gab. Let me just suggest, though, Andrew Torba's a weirdo. There's that. That being said, you can follow me on Gab. I am verified over there, which I actually appreciate. But that doesn't mean that Andrew Torba is not a weirdo. That guy's a weirdo. Okay. Back to this. A college official later explained to Chike that he could speak about his religion or distribute materials only in 2 designated speech areas on campus, and even then only after securing a permit. But when Chike obtained the required permit and tried to speak in a free speech zone, a campus police officer again asked him to stop, this time saying that people had complained about his speech. Campus policy at that time prohibited using the free speech zone to say anything that, quote, disturbs the peace and or comfort of persons. That's not free speech then. That's just a lie. That's all that is. It's just a lie. The officer told Chike that his speech violated campus policy because it had led to complaints, and the officer threatened Chike with disciplinary action if he continued. Chike again complied with the order to stop speaking. Another student who shares Chike's faith, Joseph Bradford, decided not to speak about religion because of these events. Both Chike and Bradford sued certain college officials charged with enforcement of the college's speech policies, arguing that these policies violated the First Amendment. As relevant here, the students sought injunctive relief and nominal damages. The court officials ultimately chose to discontinue the challenge policies rather than to defend them, and they sought dismissal on the ground that the policy change left the students without standing to sue. Parties agreed that the policy change rendered the students' request for injunctive relief moot, but disputed whether the students had standing to maintain the suit based on their remaining claim for nominal damages. The 11th Circuit held that while a request for nominal damages can sometimes save a case from mootness, such as where a person pleads but fails to prove an amount of compensatory damages, the student's plea for nominal damages alone could not by itself establish standing. And this is the tale as old as time as far as government state actors go. State actors have a policy. That policy violates a constitutional right. They implement that policy until they're called out. Once they're called out, they go, oh, we're sorry. We're not going to do that policy anymore. We're definitely never going to do that. We recognize now that that was a violation, so we're not going to do it anymore. So let's not have this ruling against us. We're not going to do that. And then sure enough, the courts will avoid the issue because, it's not going to be repeated. They said the policy is going to go away. And then a year, 2 years goes by and the policy comes right back into play. This is how it happens. This is exactly what they did in New York on the most recent Second Amendment case that was going to happen, where New York had a law in place where if you lived in New York City and you had a gun in your home, the only place you could transport that gun to or from was a gun range with no stops of any kind between your house and the gun range. You could not take the gun outside of the city. You could not take it to another residence. It was literally to the gun range and back home. Questionably, if you stopped for gas, you may have been guilty of a crime. If you stopped at the grocery store, you are almost certainly guilty of a crime. This runs into obvious problems with the Second Amendment. It goes to the Supreme Court. The city of New York thinks it's a great plan, great policy, defends it ardently. The moment the Supreme Court grants review on this case, New York says, whoa, we're changing the rules, and we'll never do that again. The law is not going to be enforced in that way. Sure, it's written that way. We're not going to enforce it in that way, though. It's an absolute travesty of a law, and the Supreme Court, led by Chief Justice John Roberts, absolutely cucked on the issue and said, oh yeah, it's moot now. It's no big deal. This isn't an infringement because they're not going to enforce it in this way. This law is still an infringement. The court just kicked it back saying, well, they can now rule on it on other grounds, and then it might come back up to the Supreme Court 6 years from now. It's ridiculous. It's cowardly. And John Roberts is at the heart of that because he's a pile of garbage. Did they actually change the law or just a pinky promise to not use it? I believe it's the second one. I don't think they actually changed the law. They just said, we're totally not going to enforce it unfairly. That's all. And that is one of the many cases where Clarence Thomas has suggested that this Supreme Court treats the Second Amendment like a second-hand or second-class citizen or a stepchild, however you want to look at it. He says they don't treat it as a real amendment, as a real part of the Constitution. And it's obviously not. The Second Amendment is a pretend part of the Constitution according to the courts, according to the law, according to the legislature, according to the executive. And that includes every executive, including Trump. Trump was not strong enough on the Second Amendment either, banning bump stocks and other things as well. Everybody treats the Second Amendment as if it's not real. Even Justice Scalia, in his Heller decision, didn't go far enough in protecting the Second Amendment. They had the opportunity to overturn the National Firearms Act. They had the opportunity to talk about the ability to own any kind of gun, any kind of firearm, any kind of weapon, swords, nunchucks, whatever you may want. Those are all arms. It's not just firearms. The Second Amendment protects all weapons, grenades, everything. They had the opportunity in Heller 2008 to do it, and even Scalia basically restricted it to handguns for personal protection. And that's it. Nobody treats the Second Amendment with the same respect that they would treat any others. Imagine if we did this to the Third Amendment. Yeah, they can't quarter soldiers in your house. Well, I mean, except if the soldiers aren't in uniform, or except if they're a member of the Air Force, because that's a pretend armed service. Or maybe it's except if they've been, they're a reserve unit that hasn't been active for over 2 years. I mean, is that even a soldier at that point? We don't even know. Imagine if they did that to the Third Amendment and they just started quartering soldiers in people's houses, just coming up with some loose interpretation of them not being soldiers. And then suddenly you have a government agent in every single household in America. That's how they treat the Second Amendment. If they treated the Third, Fourth, First, Fifth, Sixth, Seventh, Eighth, Ninth, or 10th Amendment that way, the 10th Amendment they kind of do actually, but any of the other amendments that way, we would be appalled. This is, of course, the legacy of the Roberts Court. All right. So, held. Here's the holding. I'm going to skip the holding. We're going to go straight to the opinion of Thomas. All right, here's the opinion of Thomas. Long story short, they held that, of course, these kids could sue. Of course, they could sue. Justice Thomas delivered the opinion of the court. At all stages of litigation, a plaintiff must maintain a personal interest in the dispute. The doctrine of standing generally assesses whether that interest exists at the outset, while the doctrine of mootness considers whether it exists throughout the proceedings. To demonstrate standing, the plaintiff must not only establish an injury that is fairly traceable to the challenged conduct, but must also seek a remedy that redresses that injury. And if, in the course of litigation, a court finds that it can no longer provide a plaintiff with any effectual relief, the case generally is moot. This case asks whether an award of nominal damages by itself can redress a past injury. We hold that it can. And, of course, this is not the only consideration of mootness. Thomas is summarizing this at a very basic level. I talked about this on Q's show, Out of the Darkness, earlier tonight. With Roe versus Wade, the champion of the liberal justices, right? Roe versus Wade, the unassailable decision, apparently. When that was decided, Roe's baby was born. Moot. She had no personal interest in that case because the case was whether or not she had the right to abort the baby. By the time that it got to the Supreme Court and it was decided, Roe's baby was born. And by the way, since that baby was born and Roe raised a child, she is now, I think she's still alive. She's now, or at least was until she died, if she died, a complete pro-life advocate. She is an advocate for life and opposed to abortion because she had the baby. It's amazing. It's amazing what it does when you actually have the baby and you realize that that's a baby. A thing inside you isn't a lump. It's not a car. It's not a toaster. It's a baby. When it comes out, it's going to be a baby. And you're going to see that baby and you're going to feel stuff about that baby. And if that baby came out and they put it on the table in front of the woman and told her to kill it herself, she wouldn't do it most of the time. I mean, there are some degenerate thoughts out there who might, but most of the time they wouldn't do it. They couldn't because they'd see a person rather than a problem. But the left doesn't see people. She died in 2017. Thank you, Andrew, for that. So she was a pro-life advocate up until the time of her death. Apparently, she was not pro-life enough to live. Okay, but anyway, by the time that case was decided by the Supreme Court, the baby was born, it was moot. And that argument was made, and the Supreme Court rejected that argument and said, well, yeah, I mean, it's moot for this baby, but what about like other people with other babies? And we have to ask this question. What about other kids in state schools who have these free speech zones, who have these same policies? Can we just get the court to go ahead and say, oh, by the way, you dumbasses should know you can't do this? Can we just get the court to say that? That's all. That's an okay thing to do. But apparently, mootness being voided out by continuing injury only matters when abortion's on the line. Mithrin Emrys says, from I disagree with what you say, but will defend to the death your right to say it, to you can only say that in the free speech zone with a permit and they aren't bothered by it in 200 years. Rome is falling. It's amazing. It's amazing. Talbot Link says, yo, Nick, glad I could stop by live for once. Was wondering if you're aware of the Auditor YouTube channel. Yes, I've watched a couple videos of theirs. Very interesting. Pretty cool assessments of police interactions. They grade all relevant parties. Yeah, I've seen a couple of their things. Very interesting subject matter. Okay. According to the complaint, Chike is an evangelical Christian who believes that an important part of exercising his religion includes sharing his faith. In 2016, Chike decided to share his faith at Georgia Gwinnett College, a public college where he was enrolled as a student, at an outdoor plaza on campus near the library where students often gather. Chike engaged in conversations with interested students and handed out religious literature. Completely inoffensive. Real simple. Hey, buddy, not really interested. Or, hey, yeah, I'd love to hear about your Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. Or Jared Leto, whoever it may be. One angry weeb says Roe versus Wade isn't even in the Constitution, and Roberts bends over backwards to defend actual child murder. What the F is happening to this country? Yeah, Shadows King 101 says, late in car accident. At least I'm not dead. Oh, damn. Any updates on the Vic case? Also, Emmett Plant can eat a bullet in any sandbox game of your choosing. Well, Roblox, because Roblox had an IPO today and is worth apparently $45 billion. Last night, I was like, I should wake up and buy like $1,000 of Roblox. Dumb for not doing it. Oh, well. All right. A campus police officer soon informed Chike that campus policy prohibited distributing written religious materials in that area and told him to stop. Now, it's important to note, this is a public school. This is a state school. That is the issue here. If this is a private school, they can have whatever ridiculous policies they want. This is a state school, not just a school that receives state funding. This is part of the Georgia State University system, and therefore it is a state actor. And you've got campus police who have some authority over your rights. And if a state actor with a campus police department exercises a deprivation of your liberty, you have a constitutional case against them. So that's an important thing to know about this. So campus police officers soon informed Chike that campus policy prohibited distributing written religious materials in that area and told him to stop. He complied with the officer's order. To learn more about this policy, he then visited the college's director of the Office of Student Integrity. Every college organization sounds like a commie organization, who was directly responsible for promulgating and enforcing the policy. When asked if Chike could continue speaking about his religion if he stopped distributing materials, the official said no, can't even talk about it. The official explained that Chike could speak about his religion or distribute materials only in 2 designated free speech expression areas, which together make up just 0.0015% of campus. And he could do so only after securing the necessary permit. Chike then applied for and received a permit to use the free speech zone. So what Breck was saying, literally true, a 4x4 space, 4 foot by 4 foot. 20 minutes after he began speaking on the day allowed by his permit, another campus police officer again told him to stop, this time saying that people had complained about his speech. Campus policy prohibited using the free speech zone to say anything that disturbs the peace and or comfort of persons. The officer told him that his speech violated this policy because it had led to complaints. Well, if someone complained, then it violates the policy. Duh. That we can't have free speech if someone's going to complain about it. The officer threatened Chike with disciplinary action if he continued. He again complied with the order to stop speaking. Another student who shares his faith, Joseph Bradford, decided not to speak about the religion because of these events. Both students sued a number of college officials in charge of enforcing the college's speech policies. Speech policies at a college! Arguing that those policies violated the First Amendment. As relevant here, they sought nominal damages and injunctive relief. Respondents initially attempted to defend the policy, stating that Chike's discussion of his religion, quote, arguably rose to the level of fighting words, but the college officials quickly abandoned that strategy and instead decided to get rid of the challenged policies. Remember what I said? They always, they retreat, they get rid of the policy. Oh, if we just get rid of it, we'll just promise not to do it anymore. It's coming back within a year. Silverwolf says, served in the Air Force for 10 years. I have to say, Nick, that cut really deep. That's not my opinion. That's the joke. Though I did see us as more of a support force. Still, we had our share of badass career fields. Air power. I will never not rep the Air Force. I kid. Everybody in every armed service is cooler than me. I didn't do any service to the country. I do a disservice to the country by existing and screaming about our rights on YouTube. That being said, I only pick on the Air Force because it's a joke. If I was going to join any service, it would have been the Air Force because I always wanted to be a fighter pilot because fighter pilots are fucking cool. What is not cool about flying around shooting missiles at stuff? Are you even a citizen? No. Service guarantees citizenship. Okay. They then moved to dismiss, arguing that the suit was moot because of the policy change. The students agreed that injunctive relief was no longer available. Right. They can't stop them from enforcing the policy if they stop from enforcing the policy. However, their rights were deprived, and they get to recognize that deprivation of rights. But they disagreed that the case was moot. They contended that their case was still live because they had also sought nominal damages. The district court dismissed the case, holding that the student's claim for nominal damages was insufficient by itself to establish standing. Now, nominal damages are something you assert to say that I was harmed, but I can't quantify an amount in controversy that would be justifiable before the court. How was this kid economically harmed by his restriction of speech rights? He wasn't. He wasn't out trying to make money. They didn't stop a commercial enterprise. They didn't do anything. He wasn't fined. None of that stuff happened. He was just prevented from expressing his core beliefs that are protected by the Constitution. But we can't limit the court's actions on constitutional issues to mere economic damages. That's not how rights work. You're not economically damaged if a cop searches your car and doesn't find anything and he has no justification for it, but you are damaged by it. There's a damage that occurs, an injustice occurs, and in theory, you can sue over that because they don't have a right to do it. Same thing here. They can't prevent him from speaking about his religion, especially when he follows all of the policies, even though these policies are facially unconstitutional. A free speech zone is so offensive to the Constitution that it hurts me physically to even think about the idea, and we allow them all the time. But back to this. Sorry. The 11th Circuit affirmed. It stated that a request for nominal damages can save a case from mootness in certain circumstances, such as where a person pleads but fails to prove an amount of compensatory damages. But because the students did not request compensatory damages, their plea for nominal damages could not by itself establish standing. We granted review to consider whether a plaintiff who sues over a completed injury and establishes the first two elements of standing, injury and traceability, can establish the third by requesting only nominal damages. We now reverse. They reverse the lower court's decision. To satisfy the irreducible constitutional minimum of Article 3 standing, a plaintiff must not only establish an injury in fact that is fairly traceable to the challenged conduct, but he must also seek a remedy that is likely to redress the injury. There is no dispute that Chike has established the first two elements. The only question is whether the remedy he sought, nominal damages, can redress the constitutional violation that he alleges occurred when campus officials enforced the speech policies against him. In determining whether nominal damages can redress a past injury, we look to the forms of relief awarded at common law. Article 3's restriction of the judicial power to cases and controversies is properly understood to mean cases and controversies of the sort traditionally amenable to and resolvable by the judicial process. The parties here agree that courts at common law routinely awarded nominal damages. They instead dispute what kinds of harms those damages could redress. Both sides agree that nominal damages historically could provide prospective relief. The award of nominal damages was one way for plaintiffs at common law to obtain a form of declaratory relief in a legal system with no general declaratory judgment act. In fact, a very famous case was decided with only nominal damages recently, and it was Taylor Swift. I believe she sued a guy that grabbed her butt, and she wasn't economically harmed by it. In fact, she probably economically prospered by the alleged assault by this guy. But there was a damage, a violation of her person that needed to be resolved. She won that case, I believe, based on nominal damages. Elena Kagan actually asked about this specific case at oral argument in this case, because nominal damages are there to establish the idea that I'm harmed, but an economic remedy isn't enough. But the court needs to declare you're wrong and tell you you're wrong, and those nominal damages tell you you're wrong. Taylor Swift had a butt until this guy grabbed it and took it. All right. The award of nominal damages was one way for plaintiffs at common law to obtain a form of declaratory relief in a legal system with no general declaratory judgment act. For example, a trespass to land or water rights might raise a prospective threat to a property right by creating the foundation for a future claim of adverse possession or prescriptive easement. So if an unlawful diversion of water is suffered for 20 years, it ripens into a right which cannot be controverted. By obtaining a declaration of trespass, a property owner could vindicate his rights by action and protest against those future threats. Courts at common law would not declare property boundaries in the abstract, but the suit for nominal damages allowed them to do so indirectly. Parties disagree, however, about whether nominal damages alone could provide retrospective relief. Stressing the declaratory function, respondents argue that nominal damages by themselves redress only continuing or threatened injury, not a past injury. Ace of Spades says, as a Marine, I can confirm the chair force is not a real branch. They lease bases with options to buy and support the other real branches. They're like Anakin in Star Wars. They're on the council, but they aren't master. Damn. Wow. Mithrin Emrys says, Nick, don't forget the legacy of Bethel versus Frazier. Public school students have a diminished expectation of rights within the schoolhouse gates. Not surprising they try to extend that from secondary schools to university. Yes, Mithrin Emrys is bringing up a case, and if I'm not mistaken, in Bethel versus Frazier, they literally compare the rights of public school students to the rights of prisoners in a state prison, which goes on to tell you just how even the schools think about themselves, where they say, oh, they have constitutional rights, but all of those constitutional rights for students are subject entirely to other concerns, like whether or not a proper educational environment is being fostered, which means you don't have any rights in public school. You don't have them. You have a right to freedom from search and seizure, unreasonable search and seizure, except when they determine that the search of your locker is required to maintain an educational environment, or the search of your person or your bag or your purse are all required to maintain a proper educational environment. You have a right to be free from unreasonable seizure, except when they determine that your Discman, for example, because I grew up in the 90s, your Discman is an infringement upon a proper learning environment. So then they can seize it. They can, the government school can effect a seizure of your property, taking it away from you. Not just telling you that you can't use it at this particular point, but actually removing it from your person. Something that would be a crime for anyone else to do, even if temporary. They can do that so long as they determine subjectively that it's necessary to control the learning environment. You have no rights in public school. You have pretend rights in public school. Serial Foxity says, Christianity goes against the indoctrination of universities. To any Christians at universities, stay strong in the Lord. Yes, stay strong as Christians in universities, and please don't retreat to only private Christian universities. I think private Christian universities, sorry to say it, some people might not want to hear it, but I think they are a detriment to Christianity. Personally. All right, but cases at common law paint a different picture. Early courts required the plaintiff to prove actual monetary damages in every case. Injuria and damnum, injury and damage, are the two grounds for the having of all actions, and without these, no action lieth. Cable versus Rogers, that's from the King's court in 1625. Later courts, however, reasoned that every legal injury necessarily causes damage, so they awarded nominal damages absent evidence of other damages, such as compensatory, statutory, or punitive damages. And they did so where there was no apparent continuing or threatened injury for nominal damages to redress. And then here's some quotes. Nominal damages awarded for 1 day delay in arrest because if there was a breach of duty, the law would presume some damage. Ineffective assistance by criminal defense attorney that does not prejudice the client was awarded nominal damages. And then a breach of contract claim. Bank's 1 day delay in paying on a check, nominal damages. Recognizing that breach of contract could create a continuing injury, but determining that the facts of the breach of contract by itself justified nominal damages. And of course, if a contract is breached, there is damage that happens. If someone has made a promise to you under contract that is binding, like to create a contract, you have to give up a right and they have to give up a right for you to create a contract. You have to meet the minds. You have to give up something you have a right to do. And in exchange for that, you get a set of promises from the other person. If they then breach those promises, even if it doesn't cause you economic injury, you're still injured because you gave up a right for that promise. And now you've given up a right for a breach of that promise. You're hurt. You're injured. It may not be money, but there is damage there. This is obvious to anybody that thinks about this for a moment. This is obvious. The latter approach was followed both before and after ratification of the Constitution. An early case about voting rights effectively illustrates this common law understanding. Faced with a suit pleading denial of the right to vote, the court rejected the plaintiff's claim because, among other reasons, the plaintiff had not established actual damages. That was in 1703 England. Dissenting, Lord Holt argued that the common law inferred damages whenever a legal right was violated. Observing that the law recognized not merely pecuniary injury but also personal injury, Lord Holt stated that every injury imports a damage and that a plaintiff could always obtain damages even if he does not lose a penny by reason of the violation. Although Lord Holt was in the minority, the House of Lords overturned the majority decision, thus validating Lord Holt's position. And this principle, laid down by Lord Holt, was followed in many subsequent cases. The dissent correctly notes that English courts differed in some respects from courts under our system, but Lord Holt's position also prevailed in courts on this side of the Atlantic. Applying what he called Lord Holt's incontrovertible reasoning, Justice Story explained that a prevailing plaintiff is entitled to a verdict for nominal damages whenever no other kind of damages can be proved. Because the common law recognized that every violation imports damage, Justice Story reasoned that the law tolerates no farther inquiry than whether there has been a violation of a right. Justice Story also made clear that this logic applied to both retrospective and prospective relief, stating that nominal damages are available wherever there is a wrong, and that a fortiori, this doctrine applies where there is not only a violation of a right of the plaintiff, but the act of the defendant, if continued, may become the foundation by lapse of time of an adverse right. So that's for an adverse possession claim, something like that they mentioned earlier. It's not required. The dissent discounts Justice Story's statement, saying that he took a potentially contradictory position elsewhere and asserted that both actual damages and a violation of legal rights are required. But in this same source, the dissent cites Justice Story. So here he's taking Roberts apart. Justice Story said that nominal damages are presumed where the breach of duty is clear. That's from Commentaries on the Law of Agency. Justice Story adopted the same position a few years later in Whipple versus Cumberland Manufacturing Company, stating that it is well known and well settled that wherever a wrong is done to a right, at minimum, nominal damages will be given. And other jurists declared that the principle that every injury legally imports damage was decisively settled in the case of Ashby. Citing many cases on both sides of the Atlantic, including Webb and Marzetti, this history is hardly one of indeterminate sources. He's ripping apart Roberts' argument here. Because, as you can probably guess, Roberts' argument is stupid. Silverwolf 0080 says, last time I checked, the Marines was still a department of the Navy. Oh, we got a back and forth going now. It's okay, though. The Marines won't take you if you read above a 3rd grade level, so I understand your confusion. Just check your picture book. You'll see. Well, look. All of the picture books in the Marines are uncolored because you never want to waste food on filling out a picture book. Admittedly, the rule allowing nominal damages for a violation of any legal right, though decisively settled, was not universally followed, as is true for most common law doctrines. And some courts only followed the rule in part, recognizing the availability of nominal damages but holding that the improper denial of nominal damages could be a harmless error. Yet even among these courts, many adopted the rule in full whenever a person proved that there was a violation of an important right. I joke with all of the branches equally. All of the branches equally. Let's see. Nonetheless, the prevailing rule, well established at common law, was that the party whose rights are invaded can always recover nominal damages without furnishing any evidence of actual damage. That this rule developed at common law is unsurprising in the light of the non-economic rights that individuals had at that time. A contrary rule would have meant in many cases that there was no remedy at all for those rights, such as due process or voting rights, that were not readily reducible to monetary valuation. Let's see. By permitting plaintiffs to pursue nominal damages whenever they suffered a personal legal injury, the common law avoided the oddity of privileging small dollar economic rights over important but not easily quantifiable non-pecuniary rights. All rights are valuable. That's what Justice Thomas just said. All rights are valuable even when there's not an economic tie to the right. Damnation 3 says, yeah, the Marines are part of the Department of the Navy, the men's department. Okay, That was great. That was great. Polish. I am too good for reading measly $5 donations. That's not true. I read them all. I just read $20 ones immediately. I read all of the others later in the show. Every single chat gets read unless something weird happens and I missed it. So, respondents in the dissent attempt to discount this historical line of cases by contending that something other than nominal damages provided redressability. They argue instead that courts could award nominal damages only when a plaintiff pleaded compensatory damages but failed to prove a specific amount. In those circumstances, they say, the plea for compensatory damages is what satisfied the redressability requirement, and the courts awarded nominal damages merely as a technical matter. We do not agree. We, everyone but Roberts. To begin with, the cases themselves did not require a plea for compensatory damages as a condition for receiving nominal damages. Lord Holk spoke in categorical terms. Every injury imports a damage. So a plaintiff who proved a legal violation could always obtain some form of damages because he must of necessity have a means to vindicate and maintain the right. Justice Story's language was no less definitive. The law tolerates no further inquiry than whether there has been a violation of a right. When a right is violated, that violation imports damage in the nature of it, and the party injured is entitled to a verdict for nominal damages. Respondents in the dissent thus get the relationship between nominal damages and compensatory damages backwards. Nominal damages are not a consolation prize for the plaintiff who pleads but fails to prove compensatory damages. They are instead the damages awarded by default until the plaintiff establishes entitlement to some other form of damages, such as compensatory or statutory damages. All right, I'm going to stop reading Clarence Thomas's opinion because he's hitting on the same points over and over, and I want to move on with the show. We are going to look quickly at Chief Justice Roberts' argument. But Clarence Thomas is very clear here. Nominal damages have always been a part of establishing a claim to a violation of a right when no other remedy exists. It's not just because a failure to prove the other remedy that would exist. That's what Roberts' argument seems to be. Well, they couldn't prove the compensatory damages, so they got nominal damages. So they alleged the compensatory damages. There are compensatory damages. They just couldn't prove them out at trial. And a lot of times that can happen. Like, you don't know how much the value of something was that you lost. You can't prove that it was as valuable, but it was of value. So you get a nominal damage. That's not what Clarence Thomas is saying. Clarence Thomas is saying, no, every right, every violation of a right has value, whether it can be quantified or not. And that's what nominal damages are. And 8 members of the Supreme Court agree, and 1 dummy disagrees. Let's go look at what the dummy says. Kavanaugh concurs with Roberts, but he concurs with one part of, concurs with Clarence Thomas. He concurs with one part of Roberts' opinion where he says that the university could remedy this by accepting the nominal damages and settling it out. Basically conceding that they violated the right and awarding nominal damages. And of course, the real question is, why didn't the university do this in the first place? They changed the policy, right? They're willing to change the policy. Oh, we're going to change the policy. Simple answer. We're going to change the policy because we recognize that it violated a constitutional right. They allow the judgment. They give $1 to the other party and everything is fine. They didn't do that, though. They wanted to dismiss it. They wanted this to not be a violation of the right because they wanted to reinstitute the policy. Make no mistake. These assholes are lying. They're liars. They lie, they lie, they lie, they lie, they lie. College administrators are liars and cowards, and they lie all the time. What they're doing here, they were lying. They were lying to the court. They're lying to the people. They're lying to everybody because their entire plan was to say, oh, we just won't enforce it anymore. We promise. And then to immediately, once these students are out, put the policy back in. It was going to take a year, 2 years at most, because they're liars. They're fucking liars. I'm so tired of liars. I hate them. They're garbage people. They're garbage people. That's what they wanted to do. And it's transparent and it's disgusting. All right. Chief Justice Roberts dissenting. Petitioners Chike and Joseph want to challenge the constitutionality of speech restrictions at Georgia Gwinnett College. There are just a few problems. Chike and Joseph are no longer students at the college. The challenge restrictions no longer exist, and the petitioners have not alleged actual damages. Case is therefore moot because the federal court cannot grant them any effectual relief whatever. Their rights were violated. Their rights were violated. That is an actual damage, Chief Justice Roberts. I know you're a giant pussy who doesn't care about rights. I know you're a giant wishy-washy piece of shit lording over all of us, and you don't give a shit about rights anymore, but they fucking matter. They matter. The right to speech matters. The right to express your religion, it matters. It mattered enough for men to fight and die for it. It matters. It mattered enough for the men who fought and died next to their friends for freedom to write it down. They wrote it down. It matters. They put it in a document that was supposed to govern us forever. It matters. It matters. You're supposed to know this. You're the guy who's supposed to know this above everybody else. It matters. Speech matters. It's critical to our society. It is the bedrock of it. It's the First Amendment. It's the one they adopted first. It wasn't written first. There were actually one or two before it. They didn't adopt those. They adopted this one. They said, this one matters. This one matters. And it matters more than any of the others because it was the one thing they couldn't do. Out of everything else, they couldn't speak against their government. They couldn't speak against anybody. I can't believe that we're at a point where our boring ass society forgets that speech mattered more than everything. It mattered enough to wage a futile war against the biggest superpower on the planet as a bunch of redneck yahoos in the New World. They happened to win by fortune and by the grace of God. That's it. By all accounts, they should have lost. By every rational look at that fight, they should have lost. But they won. They're willing to lose everything. And why? For the silly idea that they shouldn't be taxed without being represented, and that they should be able to fucking talk about it without being arrested or hung. This mattered. It's one of the most important events in history. In human history. The world changed because some dumbasses wanted to smuggle tea in. Like, let's be real about this. These are criminal enterprises in England wanting to smuggle tea. They just wanted to talk about how unfair the government was that forced them to be criminals. And it mattered enough to die. Roberts doesn't care about this. None of these people care about this. And nobody today cares about it either because they're like, oh, well, it's not a state actor. It's the principal, bitch. I've got a shirt idea. I'm going to make it. It's simple. It says, my rights don't care about your feelings. Fuck the facts. Okay? My rights don't care about your feelings. When did we get to be such a bitch-made society? Our ancestors fought and died for these rights. Their children fought and died for these rights. Us, we're willing to sacrifice all of them. All of them. On the, well, freedom of speech doesn't mean freedom of consequences. Fuck you. There's some freedom of speech. Get fisted, you fucking piece of shit. I'm so tired of this. How did we get here? How did we get here? You blame the boomers? I mean, kind of. I guess it's the boomers. The generation before the boomers was willing to go across the world and die for their right to speak at home. It's crazy. All right. Uh-oh. Socialism is for Fig says, we all know why the Air Force exists. It is to test the planes so when the real pilots in the Navy fly them, they know that if the test pilot didn't go boom, they should be good. Whew. Stormcrow 900 says, Marine, my A-55 rides in Navy equipment. Marine Corps, Uncle Sam's Misguided Children, or USMC, Uncle Sam's Misguided Children. Stop touching the boxes and valves on my ship. You're going to get someone killed, and I'll have to clean up the mess and fix the box or valve. Sean Williams says, how the U.S. fights wars. Navy SEALs to paint targets for Navy planes to blow to hell. Air Force circles overhead refueling Navy planes. Then Marines go in and kill anything missed. Finally, Army pretends they did everything. Oh my God. You guys are monsters. Ace of Spades says, as a preacher, and the Lord said, damned are those who do not let my people spread the word. Those who do not allow my word be spoken will be sent down to the lowest levels of hell. They will burn and beg forgiveness forever. Can I get an amen? Can I get a hallelujah? Okay. Okay. All right. Yeah, I'm going to do the My Rights Don't Care About Your Feelings shirt. I'll announce it when it's on Teespring. I'm going to work on it tomorrow. It should be pretty simple to put together. I'm going to simplify the Teespring store, by the way. Get rid of most of the products on there and have some very basic stuff. I think it's too cluttered right now. And if you disagree, then you're probably right. Okay. The court resists this conclusion, holding that the petitioners can keep pressing their claims because they have asked for nominal damages. In the court's view, nominal damages can save a case from mootness because any amount of money, no matter how trivial, can redress a past injury. Yes. Because you shouldn't need an award for money, but your bitch asses won't make an advisory opinion. So you have to have some award for money. That's why we do it. They don't want the money, Roberts. They just want you to say, hey, college, you guys are dicks. That's all they really want. But you won't do it. So we have to ask for money. That's the reason for nominal damages. It's not that people want $1 from the college. They don't care about the dollar. They could just go steal it from a homeless guy's cup. They don't care about that. They want you to say that your ass was wrong and you were right. That's all they want, but you won't do it. You made us do nominal damages. We don't care. Nominal damages literally mean I don't care about the money. It's the principle that you mess with my shit. Why is Roberts too dumb to know this? But an award of nominal damages does not alleviate the harm suffered by a plaintiff and is not intended to. Wrong. If nominal damages can preserve a live controversy, then federal courts will be required to give advisory opinions whenever a plaintiff taxed on a request for $1. Good. Because I would place a higher value on Article 3. I respectfully dissent. You can hear the fucking soy voice coming out of him right now. In urging the ratification of the Constitution, Alexander Hamilton famously wrote that the judiciary, from the nature of its functions, will always be the least dangerous of the different departments of power. This was so, Hamilton explained, because the judiciary will be least in a capacity to annoy or injure political rights of the Constitution, whereas the executive not only dispenses the honors but holds the sword of the community, and the legislature not only commands the purse but prescribes the rules by which the duties and rights of every citizen are to be regulated. The judiciary may truly be said to have neither the force nor will, but merely judgment. This guy's going to quote Hamilton. Your court operates on Marbury versus Madison. You assholes decided to say, well, we say what the law is. None of us asked you to do that. You chose that, and you haven't overturned Marbury versus Madison yet. You've run with it. You've run with the fact that you can declare what is and isn't constitutional rather than just resolving a case or controversy. I've talked about this. It hasn't been for a long time. It's a minority position amongst lawyers, but it's the right one because it's mine. Listen, the courts were never actually designed to do what the Supreme Court does. The Supreme Court was not designed to be some overarching panel of overlords who would declare constitutionality and unconstitutionality. I will fight this forever. Marbury versus Madison did this, not Article 3. Constitutional judicial review is not in Article 3. They were empowered to resolve specific cases and controversies and then to hear appeals of cases and controversies from lower courts. They were not designed this way. They've just evolved this way since the court used language outside of the Constitution to declare that another branch was acting outside of the Constitution. It's a ridiculous decision on its face, but it's what we've got. And maybe it's the right one. But now that you're there, and now that you say what the law is, and here they are saying, well, we don't want to say what the law is. We want to just determine the case for damages. No, bitch. That's what Article 3 said. You guys rejected it. Your lineage, your predecessors rejected it, and you haven't changed it. But if you say what the law is, then guess what? Fucking say what the law is. Say what the law is. They literally, Marbury versus Madison, we say what the law is. John Roberts, well, we don't want to say what the law is. We just want to resolve the cases or controversies. Then overturn Marbury, expand the Supreme Court, and hear every case or controversy that comes before you and resolve them. This is the most obvious solution. They don't actually like Marbury versus Madison. I know this is like super deep, nerdy constitutional law, and every lawyer you talk to will disagree. Every single lawyer you talk to will be like, no, of course courts have judicial review. Well, in the Federalist, Hamilton said courts maybe should review these things. Of course they should, because of course they should, right? Except maybe they shouldn't. Nowhere in the Constitution does it says the Supreme Court's 9 people. And guess when padding the court doesn't matter? Padding the court doesn't matter when the Supreme Court is bigger than 9 people and doesn't sit en banc for everything, just like appeals courts. No one, nowhere says the Supreme Court needs to operate in the way it does now, except in how the Supreme Court has stylized itself, how the Judiciary Act set it up. But it's not in the Constitution. Supreme Court could be 1,000 judges, in all honesty. They have original jurisdiction over a ton of cases. They could hear all of those cases, and they could hear every single appeal from the appeals court if they wanted. And their decision would be final. They don't do it that way. All right. This fucker's quoting Hamilton. I can't stand it. I can't stand the spineless coward. Spineless coward. He's also a countertop. He is, right? You know, Roberts is like a sub, and he's literally a countertop for some woman. Oh God. Andrew War Snowboard says Marine muscles are required, intelligence not essential. Damn. Run Angry Weeb says, one of my favorite sayings goes like this: greater men than you or I died so that we can be where we are today. Are we worthy of their sacrifice? And unfortunately, I have to say no to that right now. Yeah, man, it's kind of looking that way. Bad Vibe says, Army, first in, last out, and without us, Air Force wouldn't exist. Army can do it all. Army's firing back. Jason McConnell says, I'm confused by the stirring feelings this rant has caused in my dingus. I'm not saying stop. I'm just saying I've never purred before. Okay. Yes, thank you, Jason McConnell. Very much appreciated. Look, I'm tired of this contradiction existing in everything that the court talks about when they have the power to change it. Okay. I'm not going to read this whole opinion. Because I'll get too mad, but we'll get the gist of it in just a second. But that power of judgment can nonetheless bind the executive and legislature and the states. It is, yes, you guys took that power in Marbury versus Madison. It is modest only if confined to its proper sphere. As John Marshall emphasized during his one term in the House of Representatives, if the judicial power, he would later go on to be Chief Justice, if the judicial power extends to every question under the Constitution or to every question under the laws and treaties of the United States, then the division of power among the branches of government could exist no longer, and the other departments would be swallowed up by the judiciary. Wrong. The only reason it's like this, is because the courts took the power to bind the executive and the legislature to their will. I can't stress this enough. Marbury versus Madison is where the courts can declare an act of the legislature or the executive unconstitutional. It's not in Article 3. It's not in the Constitution at all. There is no power of the judiciary to bind or restrict the executive or the legislative branches. The only power granted to the judiciary under Article 3 is the power to resolve a controversy. Think about that. No one stops and thinks about how much power was taken under Marbury versus Madison. Think about it. There is no power to bind the legislature. There is no power to bind the executive. There's only a matter to resolve, the power to resolve a case or controversy that comes before it. In theory, Congress can make a law that restricts your right to free speech. And every single restriction that people disagree with would have to go before the court. That's the Article 3 power. Now, I grant you, it is more efficient to use it in the way we've used it under Marbury, to make blanket categorical determinations that something is unconstitutional or unlawful. However, that's not the way it was designed. And there's reasons we're having problems with the internal workings of the court. They weren't designed to work this way. It's just what we've done with them. To maintain adequate separation between the judiciary on the one hand and the political branches in the states on the other, Article 3 of the Constitution authorizes federal courts to decide only cases and controversies, that is, cases of a judiciary nature. Case or controversy requirement imposes fundamental restrictions on who can invoke federal jurisdiction and what types of disputes federal courts can resolve. This was actually created in case law following Marbury versus Madison. Again, this can't be stated enough. This can't be stated enough. This framework that they're relying on to say, well, we have to do it this way, was created after the court took power outside of the Constitution. And again, Marbury versus Madison might be the right thing to do. It may be the appropriate way to handle this. But we cannot pretend that it's the way that's written down, because it's not the way it's written down. That's what bothers me about it. Joshua Thomas says, on behalf of all Hoosiers, particularly region rats, I apologize for one of our own being such a low-T dummy. When I met Roberts in 8th grade, he came across as a controlling elitist. You met John Roberts in 8th grade? That's fantastic. He is a controlling elitist. All right. As pertinent here, when it is impossible for a court to grant any effectual relief, whatever, to the prevailing party, the case is moot and the court has no power to decide it. To decide a moot case would be to give an advisory opinion in violation of the oldest and most consistent thread in the federal law of justiciability. By insisting that judges be able to provide meaningful redress to litigants, Article 3 ensures that federal courts exercise their authority only as a necessity in the determination of real, earnest, and vital controversy between individuals. Again, none of this mattered. All of this was fine. The lack of advisory opinion was fine until the court decided that they could say what was right and wrong. Forever. The constitutional power of federal courts cannot be defined, and indeed has no substance, without reference to the necessity to adjudge the legal rights of litigants in actual controversy. When plaintiffs like Chike and Bradford allege neither actual damages nor the prospect of future injury, an award of nominal damages does not change their status or condition at all. Such an award instead represents a judicial determination that the plaintiff's interpretation of the law is correct, nothing more. The court in such a case is acting not as... No, it is something more. It's not just that their interpretation of the law is correct, but it's that their right was infringed. That's what Roberts is missing here. Intentionally, because he's intentionally a dumbass. The court in such a case is acting not as an Article III court, but as a moot court, deciding cases in the rarefied atmosphere of a debating society. That's not true. They're determining that a wrong happened. A wrong happened here. It's a wrong under the Constitution. And this is why 8 justices disagree with John Roberts' opinion. His opinion is fucking bad. He's whatever John Roberts is every other day of the week. On this day, he's a bad lawyer and a bad judge. He should be beaten with a rolled up newspaper and said, bad Roberts. But he'd probably get off on that. Okay, I'm not going to read the rest of this because it's several pages long. You get the idea. One must wonder why John Roberts is dissenting in this case. There's an obvious injury. We've got a state actor infringing an essential right to speech with an unconstitutional policy. And the state actor tries to avoid the controversy by pretending they won't do it again, which is a bold and bald and brazen statement that's a lie. I'm going to say it. It's a lie. It's completely fiction. Of course they're going to do it again. They're going to do it again within a year or two. Of course they are. Because this is what they believe. This is what the administrative tyrants in these university systems believe. They don't want people spreading Christianity. If you believe in God, you may not believe in the God of the administration of your college. Think about every single leftist talking point about the university system right now. What do they want? Free college, student loan relief, the veneration, almost the mandate. This is what free college is, by the way. It's a mandate for the university. It's to guarantee and deify the university. It is to make a false idol. I don't get religious on this show. I don't do it because I know a lot of my audience are not religious, and that's fine. I would never, ever, ever impose my beliefs on anybody. My beliefs are so damn conservative and goddamn based, you couldn't even imagine how many of you I think are godless heathens, okay? You can't even pretend. Like, I'm going to come out and be like, you're going to hell, you're going to hell, you're going to hell. I don't do it because that's not my place. I'm not the judge. And you can thank your lucky stars I'm not. I'm a judgmental piece of shit. That's fine. God's the judge. He gets to deal with that. Me, I'm just a super traditional conservative, but I'm also a governmental libertarian for this reason. I know that my beliefs go well beyond essential liberties. Okay? So I don't impose them on anyone. That's why I don't get religious on this show. But let me just suggest that the biggest religion of the left right now is the university system. It is their temple. It is their church. It is their Mecca. It is their, what do Jews call it? It is their synagogue. It is their mosque. Whatever it needs to be. It is that. It is their God. They want to make it free because they want to mandate it for every single person. I would never, ever mandate religion upon you. The left wants to mandate their religion, which is the university system. And the problem with religion, with belief, with the based and conservative beliefs, and I'm going to include Christians, Jews, Muslims in this, none of them will accept a substitute for their God. None of them will accept a university administration over their God. And that is the most offensive and terrifying thing to leftist amoralists out there, is that no single conservative religious person, no matter what their religion is, would dare accept a university over their creator. And they can't abide that at all. They cannot countenance the idea that someone would disagree with their administrator. All right. Couple super chats, and then we're going to the next thing. I'm done with this subject. Chief Justice Roberts is a giant cuckold, and he likes watching other men plow his wife. Joshua Thomas says, ironically, when a classmate asked Roberts, said that Marbury versus Madison was the most important Supreme Court decision, or it was his favorite, it was a while ago. Yeah. No. A lot of lawyers say, oh yeah, Marbury versus Madison, most important. It definitely is in many ways the most important. I will argue, unpopularly, that it's not correct. It may be right. Marbury versus Madison may be the right way to do a Supreme Court, but I will argue that it is not a correct interpretation of Article 3. The court not only got it wrong, they intentionally got it wrong to usurp a massive amount of power, and it has transformed the judiciary from the weakest branch. Notice, let's really quickly go back to this. Let's go back to this because I just realized how important this is. Okay. Quoting Hamilton, right? The executive not only dispenses the honors but holds the sword of the community. The legislature not only commands the purse but prescribes the rules by which the duties and rights of every citizen are to be regulated. The judiciary may truly be said to have neither force nor will, but merely judgment. Guess what the judiciary has in spades today? Is Hamilton right? No. Hamilton is absolutely wrong here. The judiciary has both will and force today because they took it in Marbury versus Madison. Don't even at me on your bullshit about Marbury versus Madison. If you're a lawyer who believes that Marbury versus Madison is the correct ruling, not that it's the right way to do things, that it's correct under Article 3, you're a cuck and a bitch. Fight me. $66.7 MD says, my God, fell asleep on last Thursday's shows and missed your rant on freedom of speech part. Watching your rant tonight, though, has put me gulping my cheap whiskey with glee and hope. Keep going at these spineless cowards. Look, I've been in a bad mood for like 8 days. I've been in a bad mood for 8 days. You think I'm going to not rant? We're ranting. We're ranting. Okay, moving on. How do we start this? I got to grab one quick thing. We're going to start with my tweet because I am the most important person around. This is my show, after all. So I get to be important today. Let's go here. We're technically going to start with Tug's tweet, but it's my response that matters. I love that umbrella guy, but my response is the one that we're focused on here. I've been drinking this whole time. Look at this glass. That's a significant amount of whiskey. I'm going to feel absolutely awful later. We'll see how much profanity we can squeeze out of me by the end of the night. Here's what's left of the bottle. All right. Okay, so if you don't know the situation, let me give you a brief background. Vic Mignogna was announced to go to Creative Entertainment's Star Trek Con in Las Vegas. If I'm not mistaken, Vic has been there every year for the past 15 years. Because Vic did a series called Star Trek Continues. Well, Vic was invited again this year. I believe what has happened, I don't know this, but I believe what has happened is that Vic was asked to go. They did not have an actual contract in place. Someone announced early that Vic was going before they were supposed to. And then some people went to work. Okay? Some people being Emmett Initiative, Emmett Plant, a completely inconsequential weirdo who also likes drinking semen, from what I can tell, and is unmanned. Because you want to know why Emmett hates Vic? Emmett will lie and say, "Oh, I don't hate Vic. I don't care what happens to Vic. I'm just telling my truth." Like a fucking woman. He will do this over and over and over again. Here's why Emmett Plant hates Vic. Because Emmett Plant was at a convention where where Emmett's girlfriend saw Vic, and her seat was fucking soaked when she saw Vic. And she has never been anything less than the Sahara for Emmett. And he's still mad because he's a jealous little beta fucking bitch who couldn't excite a woman if he had a 25-inch dick. What a piece of shit this soy-filled sack of garbage is. Absolutely embarrassing. He got unmanned by someone who not only doesn't know his girlfriend, he doesn't know him. Vic's just walking around and this girl's like, "Oh my." And Emmett's like, "What the hell?" That is why Emmett is mad at Vic. Because he got cucked and Vic doesn't even know his name. It's pathetic. That is what happened to Emmett Plant. Let's be really real here. It's fucking sad. Imagine you're with a woman and she is so taken by some other man that you no longer exist. And she has to go to the bathroom. Woo! Woo! So much so that years later, something like 7 years later, you're willing to lie in court like a beta because you're still mad that a woman left you because you couldn't satisfy her as much as someone who never even talked to her. That's crazy. Imagine you're with a woman at a convention and she is more sexually satisfied by someone who will never talk to, see, or touch her than you. That's Emmett Plant's entire life summarized. The guy he is what Vox Day would call a gamma male. He's so far past beta that it's embarrassing. But I digress. Hey, what's up, Tug? Tug says beta plant. Beta plant. So we're opening up with that umbrella guy. So here's what happened. 7 years ago, 8 years ago now, I don't know, back in 2013, Emmett Plant is at a convention with his alleged girlfriend. And by the way, we have no evidence at all that this is his girlfriend, rather than just some woman he's creeping on. Emmett Plant has been shown to be a sexual pest. He's a sex pest. He is a sexual predator. He's a piece of garbage. He is projecting his fucking failures as a man upon Vic Mignogna over and over again, and it all comes back to 2013. In 2013, Emmett Plant sees Vic at a convention. Emmett Plant is with, and by with, I literally don't know if he's with this woman or just bothering her, but he's sitting next to her and she has to go to the bathroom because she has soaked the chair she's sitting on when Vic comes on stage. That's what happens. It's weird. I don't get it. Look, Vic is Vic. I don't understand why women are sexually attracted to him, but they are. I don't know. They are. They find him handsome or whatever. They like his gay pants. I don't know what it is, okay? Maybe it's because he lifts. Who knows? So she looks at Vic. She soaks the chair. Emmett doesn't know what to do. And at first, he tries to suck up to Vic because Emmett is, at his core, a beta piece of shit. Complete garbage. He doesn't know what to do. He's been unmanned. Vic didn't even try or know he was unmanning Emmett. Look, I've asked Vic, I'm like, do you know this guy? He's like, who? Who is this? I don't even know who this is. Because this is a random nobody. He says he's a producer on Star Trek. Find a fucking credit if you can. I don't know. He also said he could start a media company that's more successful than mine. And do it in 6 months. I'll note he failed to do so, but that's what he said he could do. I'm not, look, I get drunk and say spicy shit. I'm sure just about anybody who fires a straight-laced media company can outperform me. This is not an accomplishment at all. I'm an asshole who is on the internet. That is my brand. Believe me, if you outperform me as a media company, I'm going to say, well, yeah. So I'm not competing with anybody because that's weird. All I'm doing is trying to come on here, tell some jokes, make some people happy, uncomfortable, maybe get a little bit of legal education. That's all. I'm not going to fight with any fucking cuck who's going to go out there and be like, Joe Biden's the greatest president ever, and all women are to be believed at all time. You know what? Fuck believing women. Fuck believing anybody. What are you doing, you weirdo? I don't buy it. Okay, that being said. So Emmett gets mad 7 years ago. He tries to suck up to Vic. Vic doesn't even care who he is. He gets mad about it because he's unmanned by someone who doesn't even know his name. Like I said, I asked Vic about Emmett. He literally said, who? Who's that? I have no idea who that is. I'm like, really? This guy says he's big into Star Trek. Never heard of him, bro. Never heard of him. Okay. So Emmett is butthurt that Vic never acknowledged him senpai. And I'm going to show you the thirsty tweets from Emmett back in 2013. He's mad about that. So he jumps onto the Vic bandwagon. And Emmett pretends to do this thing. He does this thing that other people do. Oh, I don't care whether, I'm just telling my truth. I'm not actually mad at Vic. Narrator says he was mad the entire time with soy-filled rage. Of course he was. Of course he was mad. So anyway, now he's doing whatever he can to cancel Vic wherever he goes because he's a piece of garbage. That's the story you need to know. So Vic was invited to this convention. Emmett started tweeting. But here's the reality. Emmett is a gamma male. Beta male, gamma male, whatever it is. Lambda. I don't know. Emmett is not a man by any definition of manness. He may be male, but he's pathetic. So he tries to take credit on Twitter, but look at his statement here. Honestly, it was a team effort, and I just kept the heat on. You didn't keep the heat on. While friends behind the scenes did their thing. These women, I don't want to name names, but I will definitely and unequivocally state that if this is a victory, it's because of the ladies. So here in this statement, Emmett is laying out very clearly, he didn't do this. Now he's going to claim otherwise on Twitter. He already is. He's claiming his victory while hiding in replies that he's not actually responsible for it. He's not responsible for this. Other people did this. He's doing this because he's a beta, gamma, whatever. He's something less than man. He may be male, but he's not a man. And so he knows that he must be a supplicant for a woman. He must do that. He shirked his duty to lead as a male. Men were built to lead. Sorry if that's based and red-pilled, but men were built to lead. We're built to lead other men. We're built to lead women. That's what we're built to do. Not everybody does it. Not every man does it effectively. It's okay. But look, you are a man. You run your world. And if you are a man who doesn't run his world, I'm not going to shame you because it's not your fault. But I'm going to shame Emmett Plant because he's a bitch. Everybody else, I'm not going to shame you. If you're a man who doesn't run your world, let me tell you right now, you were built by God, by evolution, by whatever you believe in. Science and God agree on this fact, okay? Let's be real on this. Science, Darwin, God agree. Men were built to lead. Either they were created to lead or they evolved to lead. And if you are not in control of your own life, there are millions and millions of resources out there. Don't be an Emmett Plant. Don't be a beta piece of shit. Be a man and lead your life. Doesn't mean you abuse people. It doesn't mean anything like that. It means you are in control of your decisions. Because men were created or evolved to be in control of their decisions. And that control inspires other men and women. That's what we were built to do. And you don't have to do it on a grand scale. You don't have to change the world. Just change your life. And everybody else will fall in line because we're built to do it. You're built for this. So anyway, Emmett doesn't understand this. It's because of the ladies. So he is projecting his soy through every pore he can possibly find. He's probably looking up how to get a vagina while we speak. Because he doesn't understand women either. He thinks that merely getting a surgical alteration to have a vagina will somehow make him more valuable. It won't. You're not a woman. You're a piece of shit. You're not a man or a woman. You're garbage. You're nothing. Okay? That being said, Tug says, Emmett Plant is doing a victory laugh as he admits to trying to ruin Vic Mignogna's life. The guy got caught creeping thanks to a culture built on cancellation by accusation. Is going to reward him. Sorry, endorsement via admitted wife beater Ron Toye does not count. Another supreme beta, Ron Toye, who will beat women. Look, men don't lead women by hitting them. If you hit women, you are also in beta gamma territory. And if you hit women because you were taught to hit women, if you hit women because of your upbringing, because you had some beta male father, whatever it is, for whatever reason that you would decide to lead by violence, hitting women, hitting men, by the way, in an attempt to lead. Look, physical competition is not the same thing as violence to impose your will. Men do not impose their will by violence. That's not a thing. That's a weak man's game. Violence is not about imposing will. Violence is about defending integrity, defending truth. That's what violence is for, not imposition of your opinion. And so if you're beating women, go get help. If you're beating men, go get help. Violence means nothing without the fucking decency of restraint. Violence is to be used sparingly and intentionally to affect reality. not to impose your will, not to impose your opinion. This is what manhood is. Manhood is the looming threat of defense of truth. Not the looming threat of imposing my will. It's the looming threat of defending truth. That's manhood. There's a big difference there. I'm ranting too much about manhood. Let's go on and talk about what Emmett Plant has done. Okay? Here we go. Wait a minute. I think I have this better. This is a pointless one. So this is from Kiwi Farms, the noted archivist. The noted archivist. Kiwi Farms. Matt Jarbo. Now this is ljmontello. ljmontello is such a based woman that she tries to be a man. That's a joke. ljmontello is a piece of shit. But Emmett was a colossal dick and gaslighter some women behind the scenes in the Vic shit. Not surprised, but I am disappointed. It's also why I will never pretend the problem was ever just Vic. The industry itself looks the other way as long as possible. Emmett showed his ass yet again. Can't help but letting his inner misogyny show. He's been a gaslighting prick all along, just enough people finally saw. Emmett Plant has all of the categories, all of the hallmarks of a beta male. He inflates his own worth over and over and over again. He inflates his own worth. Look, people like me, I realize I'm just some weirdo on the internet yelling into a microphone. I'm not important. I may be important to you. I may be important to me. I'm definitely important to my family, who I am responsible for. It is the most sacred duty I have. Look, I love you all very dearly. But if it came down to you versus my wife and kids, I'm a man. My God-given, evolutionary-driven purpose in life is to lead, and it is to lead 6 other people, my wife and 5 children. If it's a choice between you guys and my family, I love y'all, but I will choose my family every single time. If my family said tomorrow, Dad, husband, we need you right now to stop being on YouTube, tomorrow I would stop being on YouTube without a second thought. Because I am a man and I have a God-given, evolutionary required task to provide for 6 people on this fucking planet. And that's what I would do. And if you don't understand that, you don't know what it is to be a man. It's a hard thing to understand. You are put down on this earth to provide for X amount of people. Whatever X is dependent on you, okay? However, whatever you do outside of that can be great. It can be wonderful. It can be important to the world. But it doesn't matter if everything you're doing is the most critical thing on earth. It doesn't matter if you're curing COVID. Let me be clear. It doesn't matter if you're curing cancer. If you are coming up with a response, you're gonna make a cancer cure that will save 50 million people. But your family says, Dad, I need you here. Your family of 1 wife, 1 child says, Dad, I need you here now. And that means you don't cure cancer. You don't prevent 50, 100, 200 million deaths in the future. That is your God-given and evolutionary mandated responsibility to those 2 people over the 50 million. If you don't understand that, if you don't get that, I'm going to forgive you, but I'm also going to call you a collectivist. We are not a collective. You are not that important. You are only important in your small sphere. And once you figure that out, by the way, one day I'm going to do an entire video on this. Once you figure out that you only matter to the people in your immediate sphere, only then will you be impactful to the rest of the world. If you set out to change the world, fuck you, go home. Nobody wants you. If you set out to be a good man to the people in your sphere, you will impact the world in ways you never, ever even contemplated. Because that is what men are supposed to do. That is our God-given, evolutionary mandated, science and God agree on this, purpose in life. Men are to deal with their immediate sphere of family. Period. That advances the tribe. That advances the society. It's worked this way forever, and there's a reason it works. Okay. I'm really getting drunk right now, and we're going into fucking manhood, but this is important. This is important. I want people to know this. I have never, ever set out or pretended to have the influence that I do have. I recognize it. I can see numbers on YouTube and stuff like that. I want you guys to know that as much as I love you, as much as I love being able to speak into your lives, you will never, ever find me failing my family for the purpose of a YouTube number. Ever, ever, ever. Ever. If they came to me right now, I would leave right now. And you need to understand that if you want to change the world, change you, change your life, change your family. And then everything else will follow. It's ripples. All right, Ace of Spades says, Preacher, man, you are a leader, a provider. You are the ones who take charge, get things done. You're made in God's image, his icon, his representation, his statue, his deliverance. You can tell a woman by her small forehead, but a man will be the one telling others what to do and providing for their own. Yes, yes, but you will tell others by your works, by your deeds, by your actions, not by your words. Not by your words. By the way, what's up, Good Logic? I saw you in the chat. Love you, buddy. You guys want a based and red-pilled man of integrity. Check out Good Logic, LAWGIC on YouTube. You've seen him on the show. Joe Neerman, good guy, great guy. He's going to be on again soon, or I'm going to go on his show soon. One of those two things, because he's a good man, good lawyer. We're going to talk more. He's a great guy. But you want to find integrity, support it, follow it, learn from it. You don't have to emulate it. Look, if you emulate me, you'll be a weird banker turned lawyer turned YouTuber. Don't do that. Emulate me in the way of integrity and in the way of, most importantly, caring about your family and your close circle. All right. Back to this. So, okay. So, ljmontello. Now, this person might be a man, might be a woman. I don't even know. The jawline suggests man. The whining suggests fucking idiot. Claims to be a woman. That's in doubt. ljmontello. The reason I bring up ljmontello is not because she, he, or whatever is any sort of authority on anything. It's because they are a barometer of leftist thinking. This is a crazy fucking weirdo who would probably start stabbing scissors into her vagina and 3D print a penis to do some sort of point. I don't even know, okay? This is a weird person who is probably actually insane. But they are calling out Emmett Plant. Moving on. What the fuck happened here? We're going to go to... Look at this person. Look how mad this person is real quick. We got to check these out. we've got to check these out. Jor-El Navarro says Emmett needs to overstate his own importance. He knows no one takes him seriously otherwise. That's why he says he's a DHS employee instead of Auxiliary Coast Guard, works on official Star Trek products instead of audiobooks. Yeah. He has to. He has to. You will never, again, I don't understand people in this way. You will never, ever catch me misrepresenting who I am or what I know. At the end of the day, whether I'm speaking here on YouTube, whether I'm teaching kids at homeschool co-op, or whether I'm teaching Sunday school, I say the exact same thing. I'm just an idiot with an opinion like everybody else. I'm going to tell you my opinion, and it is on you to weigh that opinion, to check it versus other opinions, and to determine its worth. I will never tell you to believe me or trust me. All I can tell you is that I will be honest from me. I will give you my honest opinion, take, impression. And you have the fucking obligation to check it. And if you think I'm wrong, tell me I'm wrong. If I am wrong, if you show me I'm wrong on facts, if you show me I'm wrong on the law, I will correct it 100% of the time. But I'm just a dummy with a microphone at the end of the day. Emmett Plant will never say that. He will say he's important. He definitely works on Star Trek. He has all these backrooms connections. Nobody's ever heard of this guy, but apparently he's super fucking important to the production, even though if he died tomorrow, I guarantee you all the woke, fucking boring Star Trek would still be happening. Emmett Plant is a serial sex pest because he is that ultimate beta male, masturbating in public from the corner. Gerard Garvin, don't you fucking at me on movie opinions. I will come to your house and I will make you watch shit movies and I will tell you they're bad. Comic Reading Gamer. So this is a tweet thread. Now, this is when Emmett Plant, was outed as a sex pest. Because let's get the backstory on this. This is important. Vic Mignogna is accused of being a quote-unquote sex pest because he said some things that rankled people. Vic Mignogna is not accused by anybody of sexually assaulting them. Not a single person. Not even Monica Rial, who has the closest accusation, sexual assault, would actually accuse him of sexually assaulting everyone. Because not a single person has accused Vic of getting his dick out and touching anybody. This is a critical fucking point. Look, this is a person who for 20 plus years has been going to conventions, who in the golden age of anime and sci-fi conventions, I don't think you understand this. Maybe someday, maybe I'll have Stan Dolan on to talk about this. Maybe on Saturday I'll go on Knuckleheads and talk about this with Stan Dolan. If you don't know this, sci-fi anime conventions are a place where people in the industry will go. They will pull their penis out and they will put it into young women as often and as furiously and as embarrassingly and as 2-secondly as possible. Okay? These fat fucking nerds who run sci-fi anime conventions, who attend anime conventions, who are voice actors or whatever. Look, most of these people are embarrassments of physicality. They're not tall. They're not muscular. They're not attractive. Most of them are fat. Most of them are ugly, but they happen to have a nice voice. And that alone is the panty gatekeeper. And they will go, Chris Sabat, Sean Schemmel, Look at these ugly fucking pieces of garbage. They will go and use the fact that they were in that anime to literally get into the gate of the vagina. They will pass the panty barrier and try and put their penis in a young female. That is what their intent is. Now, here's the weird thing on Earth. Vic Mignogna, who is more attractive, muscular, fit, and desirable than most of these people, doesn't actually do that. They all do that. Chris Sabat, Sean Schemmel, convention owners across the globe, they use their status to embarrassingly and pathetically spend 2 minutes inside of a female. That's what they do over and over and over again, much to many women's disappointments across the planet, okay? They do this. This is a rampant problem in the anime and sci-fi communities. And the problem is not, by the way, the problem is not that men are having sex with women. There's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with the man propositioning a legal age woman and having sex with her. There's nothing inherently wrong with that proposition. What's wrong about it is that they're so fucking soy-filled that they last 30 seconds, that they're embarrassing, that they're awkward, and that the only reason that they're getting into these chicks' pants is because they're running an anime convention or they voiced some character that women are identifying with. They like the character that they voiced. They see them, they're like, oh God, I guess. And then they get them drunk or whatever. Look, consensual sexual relations are not a problem. They're really not. The problem is these people are pathetic. They're predators, and they're projecting that on other people because of their own failure. Vic actually doesn't do this. This is something that I think is missed. People think that Vic is running around slaying vagina at every convention he goes to. Not true. You know how I know it's not true? Because in all of the accusations against Vic, not a single, not one woman has come out and said that Vic had sex with her. Think about this. In a realm of immediate belief, in a realm of Me Too prominence, in a realm of Me Too perfection, not a single woman has come out and said that Vic had sex with them. Not one. Two conclusions you could draw from this, by the way. One, Vic doesn't have sex with a lot of women at conventions. That's one easy conclusion. The other conclusion is simple. When he does, they like it. Because any one of them who didn't like it had the opportunity to ruin him. And not a single person has come out and accused Vic of actually sexually engaging with him. We're not even talking about assault. Not a single woman has accused Vic of having sex with them. That's crazy. That's crazy. In an accusation like this. How many women did Bill Cosby drugged them and had sex with them? Quite a few. How many people said Harvey Weinstein had sex with them? No, a lot of the Harvey Weinstein stuff was consensual. Look, we can argue about power dynamics and all that stuff. Even the chick that Brock Turner with says she was sexually violated by Brock Turner. This is a random swimmer at Stanford with no fucking future. And a woman was willing to say she was penetrated digitally by Brock Turner. Not a single woman has come out and accused Vic of sexual penetration. None. That is amazing. No one has even thought to lie about it. What the fuck are we doing here? Not a single person has lied about it. That's crazy town. In the age of accusation, think about what that accusation means. I want you to really, really think about this because no one's paying it. I haven't been talking about this for about a year. Sorry, I'm getting a lot of shit out, but think about what that means. Any woman can come out right now and accuse any man of literally anything. Some woman I've never met in my entire life could come out and say, Nick Rekieta took me violently behind a dumpster at a 7-Eleven. And I'd be like, bitch, I was never even in that fucking state. I don't even know what a 7-Eleven is since I was 9. It wouldn't matter because people would believe crazy woman over man because labia. That's all. That is the sole determinant of truth right now is, does labia exist? Yes. If labia exists, then believe. It's a fucking Microsoft basic programming language. If labia exists, then believe. Period. Done. It's over. And not a single woman has accused Vic of having sex with them. It's amazing. That's amazing. Because they had all the cover in the world to do so. Not even Monica could muster up the strength to accuse Vic of a sexual act. And she is the most graphic accusation of anybody. Anyway, I've gone on way too long. Okay, back to this. Ha ha ha, thirsty boy Emmett Plant rage quit after being denied nudes. I know we left this a long time ago, but Emmett Plant was in a Discord server with a bunch of other Kick Vic females. Read as disgusting hags or fat pieces of shit. However you want to go with it. However you want to go with it, it doesn't matter. They're both true. Emmett Plant was so thirsty, he couldn't stop making sexual advances at the women in the Discord. Saying that he was going to put on slow mode in the Discord until he heard more about one particular woman's panties or underwear. This is D. We're going to get to D in a minute. Also, saying that he needed sexual healing from this woman. And she said, hey, maybe knock that off. That's not appropriate. Did Emmett Plant knock it off? No. He actually had to rage quit his Discord and shut it down. He had to close it out. Why did he shut it down? Why did he close it out? Probably because there was a bunch of things he said in there that would fucking implicate him as a sex pest by his own definitions. Because he is projecting onto Vic his own failing. Because he's gross. I don't know how else to say it. He's gross. He's a weirdo. Okay, so look at this reaction. I know you guys have already read this because I've been just screaming into a microphone while this has been up on the screen the whole time, but you have no idea how pissed off I am right now. Someone I once respected. Why would you respect Emmett Plant? There's nothing to respect. Look at him. He's a pile of edamame. He is literally the least respectable thing in my immediate vicinity. I would respect any homeless person over this fucking soy-filled coward any day. He's just a serial liar and pretender. Why would you respect? Anyway, someone I once respected was outed as a huge creep last night, and I did all I could to make sure the message got around. How do all these assholes that have harassed him react? Harassed him? I never even remember he exists until he pops up. Because he quotes me. He talks about me. He talks about Vic. Emmett Plant, you'll always know that Emmett Plant is around only because he's talking about men. That's it. Other than that, no one literally, comic reading gamer. Nobody on earth cares if Emmett Plant dies tomorrow. No one on the Star Trek community, no one in his personal life. Nobody cares if he dies tomorrow. He's an insignificant pile of trash. And we know he's insignificant because at the time that his only relevant interaction with Vic took place, which was entirely one-sided, entirely parasocial, by the way, his girlfriend, alleged girlfriend, was more attracted to Vic than she was to him. You might as well eat a bullet, buddy. You were unmanned by someone who never even talked to the woman you were allegedly with. Fucking embarrassing. All right. But by the way, never harassed Emmett Plant. There's not a way to harass Emmett Plant. Emmett Plant is such an insignificant whelp. There isn't a way to harass him. There isn't a way to cancel him. No one is inviting him, so there is no cancellation. That's very important. That's important and critical to all of this. Well, I feel this picture says more than enough. Yep, it does. He was denied nudes, and he rage quit. He is the quintessential soy-filled pile of garbage. You won't show me nudes, and I'm going to delete the fucking server, bitch. Yeah, the guy who helped your senpai lose his court case. Emmett Plant didn't help Vic lose his court case, by the way. Emmett Plant's perjurious affidavit was never considered by the court. And if it happens to come back on appeals, which I will state I think is a low probability. Look, I hope it happens, but it's a low probability. If it comes back on appeals, Emmett Plant's perjury will be dealt with at that time by Vic's counsel. Until then, that affidavit isn't part of any consideration of the court. So he didn't help anything. I mean, he lied to the court, but that's his own deal. And will likely lose his appeal as well. Maybe. Appeals are likely to lose. By the way, again, I've never maintained otherwise. An appeal in general is likely to be a failure. It is an attempt to overturn a lower court decision. Most appeals fail. Most appeals fail. Statistically, it's an improbable position. I don't think the appeal matters. I don't think the court case matters at this point beyond people who know Vic know Vic. People who are willing to look at the evidence know that Vic didn't do any of this stuff, know that it's a witch hunt, know that this is a product of cancel culture. What Vic does with it now is up to Vic. It's up to Vic, not up to me. Vic is the most booked anime voice actor in 2020 and probably will be the most booked anime voice actor in 2021, even with the cancellation of this particular convention. Vic has the opportunity to do all sorts of different things. He can do audiobooks. He can try and find his own anime licensing. He can I think he should do YouTube and Twitch, personally. I think he should connect to people individually. What do you guys think? Should Vic connect to people individually on Twitch and YouTube? Should he connect directly to his audience? Should he start talking about voice acting, music composition? Should he share his talents with the world? Press 1 for yes, press 2 for no. I happen to think yes. I think that is a great way for Vic to move forward. I think that is a way that his audience can engage him. And I think it will BTFO all of these pieces of shit every day. Sorry, I keep getting fucking alert. Look. Stop messaging me during a show. Okay. My opinion is that that's how Vic should move forward, but, it's up to him what he wants to do. I think by connecting to people on Twitch or on YouTube or wherever, he can make himself a large presence, and he can use that as well as his experience in anime to justify many more convention appearances to come. Absolutely. That being said, whatever he ends up doing is up to him. It's not up to me. It's not up to you. He has to do the thing. So, turned out to be a major creep as well. Look, comic reading gamer. Emmett isn't a creep as well as Vic. Emmett is a creep who projected his creepiness onto Vic. Because innocent interactions, from the perspective of the person doing them, become not innocent when a creep projects their motives upon him. Look at this. If Vic walks up and talks to a 5-year-old, okay, and has just a cute conversation with a 5-year-old, which he's done several times. He's had conversations with young children because they come to conventions, they like some particular property he's a part of, and they talk to him. Okay, so Vic has a conversation with a 5-year-old, a teenager, grown woman, doesn't matter. A creep or a pedophile will look at that and go, here's how they think. Well, if I was in that position, I would be trying to have sex with the child. Whoa! Whoa, you fucking weirdo. The person talking to the child, Vic, in this video, is not trying to have sex with the child. That's on you. That's because you're a disgusting creep. That's what they're trying to do. That, by the way, eat a fucking bullet and a cinder block and whatever is unpopular to say, get in the fucking ocean and drown. Nobody needs you. Nobody on earth needs you. If you look at a harmless interaction and go, oh, he must be trying X, you have to strongly consider that maybe you're trying X. You're a weirdo. Okay. So anyway, Emmett's a huge creep. We get it. Here's these other chat. It doesn't matter. Let's look at what Emmett said. All right. Again, this is all from Kiwi Farms. You can find a lot more about Emmett Plant on the Kiwi Farm. I encourage you to look it up. We're going to talk about the solutions in just a second. I know I've been ranting for a while. Kind of annoyed. Mostly drunk. This is a lot of bottle. A lot of Two Gingers whiskey. Okay. So Reborn Exists tweeted this. This is Jordan Reapers who tweeted this a long time ago. This is back in December 3rd. Emmett says, D, can I visit you for sexual healing? Lol, why do you need that? D tries to play it off here. When that was posted, D says, I would appreciate you either editing me out or not sharing. K, thanks. Sorry, D, you don't get to do that. You don't get to hide what someone else did to you. Why would you want to? This is because even though D is the victim in this scenario, D is the victim of Emmett Plant's unwanted sexual advances over and over again. Because Emmett is a thirsty pile of garbage. She's still, for the mission, trying to hide what Emmett did. And that is sad. That is pathetic. That is sickly woman behavior. Look, strong women don't do this. I talked a lot about strong men earlier. Strong women don't do this. Strong women do not let gamma men control the narrative. Strong women do not let beta men control the narrative. Because the entire definition of beta male and gamma male is that they don't have authority over women. They don't have authority over fucking themselves. They don't have authority over anybody. D is more committed to the cause than to her own autonomy and security. That is beta womanhood, by the way. Let's be very clear. We talk about beta manhood a lot. Beta womanhood is being more committed to a cause than to your own security and honor. Because women don't deserve honor. People deserve honor and integrity in their person. She's eschewing her own honor for the mission, not for the man. That's gross. That's weird. Why would you do that? That is a beta woman. This is like, listen to this. This is a person who would accuse a woman who stands by a man or whatever of being, having internalized misogyny. You want real internalized misogyny? It's you who would apologize for a man who disgraced your honor. You would apologize for that for the mission? Get fucked. Eat dynamite, you fucking pathetic bitch. No one needs women like you. No one on earth wants women like you. You are an undesirable hole for some man to get himself off on and walk away from. And I'm sure you're fucking familiar with that, by the way. It's probably literally the story of your adulthood and maybe even your older childhood, you sad sack of excuses. But here's the reality. Real women don't tolerate some beta male because of the mission. Real women don't tolerate beta anything. And there are fucking millions of real women out there who know that they have value. They don't pretend that they have value like you do. They know that they have value. And their integrity isn't compromised by some social fucking narrative. But you go ahead. You be a slave to the misogyny of Emmett Plant, you sad sack of garbage. Real women. Look, I know tons of real women who would never apologize for a man disgracing their honor simply because it fits their narrative. How embarrassing to be a slave to a narrative. To be a slave to a man for a narrative. Pathetic. Ask the person that posted it. I only linked their tweet. I did actually. Editing me out. So you got involved in a situation that didn't involve you, and now you're butthurt over people inserting themselves that doesn't involve them. Do you understand the fucking hypocrisy of your statements? Emmett Plant, perjurer, and now sexual harasser of women. This guy posts, oh noes. Post the link here. Here we go. Here's more. Oh noes, make it stop. Emmett says, what if I come visit to Allison Malort? So not limited to D, by the way. Don't come here unless you want to catch the plague from a white trash Trumpster. Okay, but what if I need sexual healing? I'm sure you can find a nice bear somewhere. Very homophobic, by the way. Suggesting that any large, hairy man would want to have sex with Emmett. Look, large, hairy men who are bears want to have sex with men, not with Emmett. In other news, are you even working for a startup if you're blah, blah, blah? Yeah, as I thought, chuds don't actually care about the people involved. It's all to rub it in Emmett's face. Fuck you. Look at her apologizing. This fucking simp of a woman is apologizing for Emmett's bad behavior. This simp was apologizing for Emmett's behavior. Let me reiterate. Fuck you. Do you mean me getting sexual healing? You definitely want to kick in the nads. By the way, Dick Masterson is right on this. When women have no argument, what they do is they attack the genitalia of a man. Without fucking fail. Women with no argument attack the genitalia of a man. This is the beta woman. Real women don't do this. They don't do this. You know why they don't do this? Because they know it's pointless. Because, by the way, let's just clear this up. Real women like male genitalia. They do. They enjoy it. Brings them pleasure. Just as much as female genitalia brings men pleasure. I don't know why this is controversial. I don't know why this is weird in society right now. Because women like sex and so do men. Both of them. They enjoy it. But women, without arguments, will attack a male genitalia. Of course they will. So they're trained to do. Anyway, damn, this woman wants to violate another man's balls at 2. Protect your balls, bruh, no homo. Why? I think it's perfectly fair for all the screenshots to be shown to provide full context for people about M Initiative being a sexual harasser. Make other women aware of what M Initiative does in his Discord. You're a strong woman. These were not shared with permission from those involved. So rude. Look at this. Look at this. This person says, you're a strong woman. Share your experience. This person says, these weren't shared with permission. I'm willing to be a fucking victim for the cause. D. Pigeon carrier, you are why people don't respect women. You are why. Not misogynists, not real women, anything else. You are why people don't respect women. You are why people say repeal the 19th. You are why people say opinions don't matter from women. You are why misogyny endures. It's because you are misogynistic at your fucking core. You are such a goddamn simp for the cause that you're willing to apologize for a bad sex pest behavior because the mission is more important than the man. Fuck that. If the mission mattered, the male's alignment in the fight wouldn't matter. But over and over, we see that the mission is a lie. It's partisan, it's political, and it's pointed. You're pathetic. You're pathetic. Go lay down on train tracks in Minecraft, you fucking pathetic woman. Women would be better off without you. Women would be better off without you. All of the women I know would be better off without that person in the world. And by the way, none of the women I know would apologize for a man because of the cause. Since they're out there, they're my screenshots and I never shared them because it was unfair on D. Now, off you fuck. If they're your screenshots and you weren't part of the conversation, then why did you screenshot them? Why did you share them? Why are you defending a sexual harasser? 1, for our personal friends to be made aware. I didn't, but nice try. You literally have no idea what any of this was about, do you? 1, wouldn't you want to make all women aware of Emmett Initiative sexually harassing women, not just your close friends? No. The answer is no. They don't care about sexual harassment. These people are liars. These are simps and cucks. You can't. Drexology 101. They join the drum circle for the ugly, battered pussy. That's it. I'm sorry to break this to you, but these simps and cucks are not joining the movement because they believe in the movement. They are motivated by that battered, bruised, stretched out, and pathetic vagina that has been used by 1,000 men before them because that's all they're worth to themselves. They're such supplicants that they don't believe that they are worth a woman of virtue. They don't believe. Emmett Plant doesn't believe that he deserves a woman of virtue. Think about this. I can empirically demonstrate this. You, by the way, as women, are worth a man of virtue. A man who hasn't fucked 100 women. Men, you are worth a woman of virtue. A woman who has not sold herself to promiscuity, who has not fucked 100 men, 1,000 men, 5,000 men, whatever the number is. Women, you are worth a man of virtue. I can't state this enough. If you are a virtuous person, you are worth an equal level of virtue. If you're a man who's never had sex in his life, by the way, there's no shame in that. Don't be shamed by your virginity. Treasure it, because in 2021, it's a fucking commodity, not a burden. If you're a man who's a virgin, you are worth a female who's a virgin. Learn each other together. Learn each other in love and commitment. Don't sell yourself on this weird fucking lie that all women are whores, because they're not. And women of virtue, I know you're out there. I've talked to some of you. Women who have saved themselves, who have preserved their value. This does not mean only virgin women, by the way. Some women get taken advantage of. Some women get raped. Some women have sex with one person because they think it's the one it's not. It's okay. Same with men. Women of virtue and men of virtue deserve each other. You don't have to settle for non-virtuous people. That's a lie that's being sold to you by culture. You merit the other. You merit an equal partner. Can't state this enough. My wife and I were both virgins when we met. You merit virtue. And if a woman or a man is not a virgin, but they've pledged to be virtuous and they've worked to be virtuous, respect it. You merit virtue. You're worth it. There's a virtuous person out there. They're out there. You're worth it. You don't have to cave to these weird contrivances of society. They're fictions. They're fictions and projections. Look, the woman who says that all women are whores and there are no virgin women is just a woman who sold herself out to her vices. There's this weird idea. This persists. I don't know how in fucking Christ this persists. Even women will pretend that they don't like sex. They just had sex because it was the thing to do. You know, they just fucked 1,000 men. They didn't really like it, but they just did it because society told them they needed to. Let me tell you a secret. These women who had sex with 100 men, 1,000 men, 5,000 men, whatever it is, they like a dick in their vagina or their asshole. That's it. That's what they like. That's what they want. That's what they did. They knew what they were doing. Society didn't make them do it. They liked it. Now they're lying. They're blaming someone else because they've got 1,000 cocks stare and they don't know what to do. Same thing with men. The men who have fucked 100 women. Forget all this bullshit about pair bonding. That's the Drexology that I don't agree with. It's not a real thing. Forget all this shit about pair bonding and men don't pair bond the same as women. Whatever. Look, if a guy has sex with 100 women, he's not pair bonding with women. It's not happening. Just the same as if a woman has sex with 100 men, they're not pair bonding with men either. Pair bonding goes both ways. They may be slightly different numbers, but it's a reality. Okay? Let's be real about this. People of virtue are choosing a path of virtue. People who are not virtuous are choosing a path of non-virtue. Neither one is inherently more valuable than the other, but don't sell yourself short of your values. Of your values. Your values are worth your partner's value. Period. It's amazing that these people do not believe that women can be virtuous. It's an amazing thing that people believe that women need to be subservient to some weird cuck man. I don't get it. I don't get it. Again, if I was going to share them, why would I not share everything I grabbed? Feel free to. People would love to know what other things Emmett Plant does to sexually harass women. Feel free to redact names if you would like to protect their identity. People already know I'm more interested in you harassing women right now. What woman is this person harassing? I'm standing with these women about Emmett Plant sexual harassment. I have listened and believed and seen the evidence. No one harassing women on my end. My name isn't Emmett Plant. But you are. So you aren't a hero after all. More like a bother. You won't listen to one of the people involved that didn't want the information with them shared. This is not helping us. D, pigeon carrier, is a fucking slave to a dick. And that is a fucking embarrassment to her as a woman. Why on earth would you be a slave to a sexual abuser? But she is. You want real internalized misogyny? This is what it looks like right here. This is real internalized misogyny. She is willing to accept sexual harassment from a beta male because she thinks the greater cause is more important. Wrong. You've subverted not only your own value, you devalue yourself. How have you not killed yourself yet? You devalue your own worth so much to some cause. Here's the spoiler. You undermine the cause by doing this. Gross, disgusting, pathetic. The text in 83 says, shared without permission from the people involved. Now she cares about that? How many pictures and videos were called out by the people in them as absolutely benign that the people like D still use against Vic? Oh, yeah. Like, let's not even get to that. The people whose pictures and videos have been posted about Vic, used without permission universally. These people are all cowards, and they're all slaves to these archaic definitions of fake masculinity, fake femininity. Real femininity values themselves. Real masculinity, and this is the unpopular opinion, values itself. You as a man are worth something. Because you're a man. Find out what you're worth. Go test it. You as a woman are worth something because you're a woman. Find your value and go test it. And with that, I leave you for just a moment. I got to go to the bathroom. I drank too much whiskey. I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. I'm back. All right. Thank you, Angry Baneling, for posting that. I'm going to pin that. Okay. Now, I've ranted about Emmett Plant for a long fucking time. I've ranted about all this shit for a long time. Let's talk about this from a legal and social aspect. What Emmett Plant did to Vic in this case is probably some level of tortious interference. What I don't know if Vic had an actual written contract. I have no idea. I didn't talk to him about it. Didn't ask him about it. Don't know. Haven't talked to him since this happened, so I have no idea. Maybe he did, maybe he didn't. Let's, for the sake of argument, assume he did have a contract. Let's say he has a contract with his convention. In place, signed, everything's good. Emmett interferes with it. Is it tortious interference? Yes. What's the value of the tortious interference? The value of the contract. You're talking whatever the guaranteed appearance fee is. Maybe it's $4,000, maybe it's $3,000, maybe it's $5,000, I don't know. Here's the reality. I've seen a lot of people say, sue Emmett for tortious interference, sue Emmett for defamation, whatever. If Vic were to bring a new suit against Emmett Plant, where he lives, which I believe is Arizona, I'm not positive, but I believe it's Arizona. You're talking about a new suit with legal fees at a conservative minimum of $50,000. Likely pushing towards $100,000 very, very quickly. Over a contract that's worth $5,000? 4, 6, 10? Does it matter what the guarantee is? By the way, the guarantee isn't 10. It's probably $2,000 to $5,000. That's the value of the contract. Tortious interference typically only allows you recovery of actual damages, not punitive damages, not anything else. Defamation, you can maybe get punitive damages. It's going to be hard to prove. Going to be really hard to prove. All Emmett did was share Vic's case, allegedly, and his discussion and opinions of Vic's case. And while he may be a giant piece of shit, question of whether those are opinions or facts can really muddy. So defamation is a really hard thing to show. So you got tortious interference. Tortious interference is generally limited to actual damages. You're not going to get exemplary damages or treble damages or anything like that. Talking about spending, even if you get treble, let's say you triple the damages. The contract's worth $5,000. You've got $15,000. You've got $100,000 in legal fees. The legal remedy, as much as this fucking sucks, the legal remedy is not the answer here. Vladimir says they won't stop this shit until they have to pay for it, Nick. I agree. I know. I believe you. But they're not going to pay for it in a legal remedy on this. It sucks. It's unfortunate. It's bullshit. That's what they're going to do. My personal opinion on this particular case, look, Vic's best effort is to make nice with the convention this year. Say, hey, I get it. There's some heat around my case. It's on appeal. But at the end of the day, no matter what, I didn't do any of this stuff. These people are lying about me. No matter what the court says or whatever, I'm pursuing a court victory. But even in light of the possibility that I'm not able to prevail in court because of these procedural issues, I didn't do it. They're lying about me. More importantly, the guy who's lying about me is a thirsty pile of garbage asking for underwear pictures on Discord like a pathetic piece of shit. I get that you're under heat this year. I'd really appreciate it if you'd invite me next year. No harm, no foul. Because he's not going to sue the convention. He might not have a contract. I don't know. Whether he has now, if he has a contract with liquidated damages, maybe he sues the convention, gets his liquidated damages. That ensures he never goes again. So that's a tough one. But that's a possibility. Okay? If he doesn't have a contract signed, whatever. And I don't know. Again, I haven't talked to Vic about this at all. So I have no idea. If he doesn't have a contract signed, he goes after the convention for what? Not much. If he doesn't have a contract, he loses with the convention. And then further, he's going to lose on that tortious interference because if he doesn't have a contract with the convention, the other person couldn't have known he had a contract and he's got a big problem. A lawsuit in this case, probably not the answer. Probably not the answer for Vic. Now, what you guys do is a different story. It's a different story. If people want to go and tell Creative Entertainment that they're making a bad decision, not letting Vic go, if people who are going to go to the convention otherwise aren't going to go to the convention, send them emails, drop posts on their Twitter, Facebook, whatever it is, go do it. Go do it. If you want to make posts about how Emmett Plant is a giant sex pest and a complete fucking liar, go do it. Rumor has it Emmett Plant is actually going to some convention. I don't know why any convention would want to have this weirdo there, but rumor has it he's going to go to some convention. If people want to go and email that convention and show them that Emmett Plant is a sexual predator on Discord, that he's a liar, that he perjured himself in his affidavit, go to town, fucking ruin this guy. That's where you make them hurt, right? That's where you make them hurt. You go and you start putting cancel culture to work on them. I hate cancel culture. I think it's garbage. But the only people that deserve cancel culture are its proponents. So if you want to take Emmett Plant's words, if you want to send emails to the conventions the one convention I think that he might be invited to, you want to say, hey, not only is this guy a liar, possibly a rapist, but he's got this documented history of being sexually abusive towards women. Go do it. Go do that. No one's going to stop you. He won't stop until he feels the same pain. Even then, he might not stop. I don't know. My opinion of Emmett is that he's so low energy and he's so low importance that there isn't anything you can actually do to harm him. And that is what insulates people in all of these cases without exception. The accusers are low value. They're low impact. They're low footprint. There's nothing to go after. There's nothing to cancel them from. There's nothing to do about these people. That is the biggest problem that Vic faces with Emmett, is Vic literally doesn't know who Emmett is, and neither does anybody else. What do you cancel him from? What are you arguing against? No one even knows he exists. And let me call out a minor potential faux pas by Vic's fans. And this is not a condemnation. This is a reality about where we are. Emmett Plant made his tweet about Vic. It got more impressions, more views, and more likes because people shared it in disgust. Vic's fans talking, sharing, clicking, retweeting, whatever, Emmett Plant's discussions about Vic may have contributed to the furor around Vic, which got him canceled. We have to start considering this possibility. I don't mean it to condemn anyone. I really don't. Not calling anybody out. Not showing anybody who retweeted it or anything like that. The solution to an Emmett Plant is to let him be as irrelevant as he is. The more you signal boost, even in disgust, this person's complaint, the more you elevate the value of that complaint. And that's something that people need to learn. At some point, these attacks are irrelevant and they're part of the culture. This is what I was saying at the beginning of the show. This isn't about Vic anymore. This is about cancel culture. Vic is not the only person canceled. And Vic is not the only person canceled on any of these grounds. They've already conceded that Vic never put his dick inside anybody who's complaining. The only people Vic put his dick inside and apparently are fine with it. But he never put his penis inside someone who's complaining. They've already established that. So we know for a fact that the only people whining about any interaction with Vic are whining about the interaction, not about the penising. Okay, so there's no valuable accusation here. It's all manufactured bullshit at the end of the day. Someone didn't like something Vic said or Vic did, but none of it involved forceful penetration. So, how do you deal with this? How do you deal with this going forward? As a fan base, as people who are fans of Vic, you have to figure out if it is helpful to signal boost these accusations. Look, cancel culture is one thing, outrage culture is another. If you're going to signal boost the accusation, you're going to draw attention to it, if you're going to give it weight, you might be elevating it beyond its value. Something to consider. Again, no condemnation, nothing. No one's really talked about this but me so far that I know of. I'm not saying I'm special. I just haven't seen it. The next thing to consider from Vic's perspective, in my opinion, Vic has two options going forward. I love Vic, by the way. I consider him a friend. I like talking to him. I like hanging out with him. If I were his lawyer, if I were his political advisor, whatever fucking social media advisor, I'd give him this advice. I'm not. I'm just a guy, and on occasion I've spoken to Vic, and I think he's on balance a good guy. I think he's a man. I think he's a man with flaws. I don't think anybody, including Vic, would disagree with that. I don't think that he's guilty of any of the stuff that anybody's accused him of. Okay? That said, I think he's subjected to the same weaknesses that anybody's subjected to. In the fact that, I think people get wrapped up in their own egos. I think people get wrapped up in their persona. I think people might get too cavalier with the way they talk. I know I have. Look, I'm sure if you interviewed every woman that I've ever talked to, you'd find some chick that I flirted with. You know why? I like tits and I like vagina. Love it. It's my favorite things on the planet. My favorite two things on the planet, tits and vagina. So I'm sure I've said something inappropriate at some point to try and convince a woman to sleep with me. I'm sure. Go find someone, have fun with it. It'll be a great story because I probably don't even remember it. It's just wired into me. That being said, I love it. Cleveland Brown, don't you fucking defame me, you piece of shit. But that being said, I like women. I like the female form. I love to have sex with them. It's great. Only have sex with lady rackets because that's my wife and that's what I like to do. But that being said, I'm sure there's some woman in the past who have said something inappropriate too. I challenge you to find it. It's probably funny. Go get it. I will never, ever fault a man for saying something inappropriate to a woman at some point in time. I would never do the same. I would never fault a woman for saying something inappropriate to a man at some point in time because women like penises, especially penises that go deep inside them. They like that. It's real. It's a real thing, y'all. We got to stop being taboo about this. Men like tits and vaginas. Women like muscles and penises. That's it. It's a true thing. So go out there, find it, have fun with it. You're never going to find me saying the opposite. That being said, I'm sure Vic has at some point made some sort of comment or advance upon a woman that she didn't want. Of course, because every man on earth has done this. Every man on earth has made a statement to a woman that's inappropriate in her opinion at some point. Every woman has done it to a man. By the way, lots of women have said shit to me that is way, way out of line. Way out of line. Look, if you're fat and you think I'm going to have sex with you, never. Literally never. I'm sorry. Not. Look, big girls need love, and there are guys who love big girls. I'm not one of them. I'm not one of them. So if you're a big girl who said something to me implying some sort of relationship, never happened. I had to go, look, in college, I made a mistake. I was looking for something. I was fully interested in lady rackets. This is before we were officially dating. I was fully interested in lady rackets. I'm looking around my dorm room for something to do with lady rackets. I don't remember what it is. This other girl calls me. She's very sweet girl. And she says, hey, would you like to go out sometime and grab some dinner? I'm thinking of this as a platonic man thing, right? I go out to dinner with my friends all the time. I'm like, hell yeah, well, let's go to dinner. And she's like, oh, great. Can we go such and such date? And then my brain stopped thinking about the other thing I was doing and realized what just happened. I was like, oh, fuck. I've just been asked out on a date by someone I'm not attracted to. Now, to be clear, this chick was not fat. Very skinny, actually. Not attracted to her in the slightest. But I want to point that out. So, because I'm not just prejudiced against fat girls. I just wasn't attracted to this chick at all. She's very nice. She's a very sweet girl. We were friends for a while. It was great. I said yes to the date. I went on that date. I went to that dinner. We had the date. And I said, hey, I think this maybe went a little farther than I thought. I thought we were going out as friends. It's cool. That's the end of it. And that was the end of it. That's what you do. That girl, during that dinner, said something inappropriate to me. She suggested a relationship beyond friendship at that dinner. Nothing wrong with it, but it happened. Was that an assault on me? No. It's just a reality of man-woman interactions, okay? I want to be clear on this. It happened. I'm sure you can find it from me. I'm sure you can find it from Vic. I'm sure you can find it from any man who's ever talked to any woman and any woman who's ever talked to any man. That being said, Vic has two options going forward. One option, which he's not doing, and I criticized him for this a year and a couple months ago. Christmas 2019. I said, Vic needs to get out here and support his fans, support the people who've been backing him. I stand by this. If, and only if, IFF motherfuckers, if Vic wants to fight these people, then Vic needs to fight these people. If Vic wants to fight these people, he can't anymore rely on people who've been fighting his battle for 2 years. There's not enough news. There's not enough energy. It's not that Vic would be doing anything inappropriate. It's that he'd be ineffective at it. If I tried to rally a bunch of people to fight Emmett Plant for Vic, it'd be embarrassing right now because most of my Vic audience is largely gone. There's not news on the case. There's not a lot of stuff going on in Vic's life that I report on. So people have moved on. They might be following Vic on Twitch. They might be following Vic on the Risen Bull Rangers website, and great if they are. I love you for doing that. Support the shit out of him. He's a good guy. Okay? They're not here for it. I can't mobilize an army of Vic supporters in the way that I possibly could back in 2019. July 2019, I could have gotten 30, 40, 50,000 people to do something on behalf of Vic, because that's where my audience was at the time. It was Vic's audience. It's not anymore. There's some people who have a Venn diagram overlap of me and Vic, and that's great. I love you all. But a lot of my audience isn't really interested in Vic. That's fine. That's how things change. So if Vic wants to energize his audience and fight people, then Vic needs to do that. Because I'm not aware of any singular location where Vic fans are. If you guys know where they are, let me know. I'd love to know. Love to know where Vic fans are specifically, other than following Vic on Twitch and Twitter and stuff like that. So there may be a concentration of Vic fans out there. They're not here right now. So if Vic wants to do that, he needs to do that. Or, here's the alternative. Vic has stayed above this. He has taken the moral high ground for 2 years. He's refused to address these people and give them time. Okay? I see no particular value in Vic engaging the fight now. In Vic coming after these people now. For 2 years, he's not engaged the fight. I don't see any reason for him to do that. So, if Vic wants to take the high ground, that's what I was talking about earlier. Vic has all sorts of opportunities to change his ability to interact with people, to take it out of the hands of gatekeepers who can cancel him, put it into his own hands. And it starts with Twitch or YouTube. It starts with Vic engaging his community directly more frequently than he's doing now. He's doing great, by the way. His Twitch streams are great. I encourage you to check them out. They're just short. They're once a week. If Vic wanted to expand that to 5, 6, 7 times a week, grow it from a half hour to an hour, 2 hours, 3 hours, whatever he wants to do, I think he could be very successful. He's got a wonderful skill set of voice acting, of music, of charisma, of morality, and he can talk directly to people on a daily basis if he wants to. I think he can do that. And personally, you give me the two options. Vic fights and stands up to these people and calls them out and goes after them. Doesn't seem like Vic's style. It's not something he's done for the past 2 years, but he could do it. He can mobilize his fans to fight about it. Or he can keep his high road. He can keep his moral high ground. He can recognize that he's going to be canceled from some percentage of conventions, because it's going to happen. Until convention owners grow a fucking pair, it's going to happen. And that's part of the game. But he can engage his fans and his community on Twitch and on Twitter and on Facebook and on YouTube in a very meaningful way. He can speak directly to them. He doesn't need a gatekeeper. He doesn't need permission. He doesn't need a curator. And if he does that, I think he'd be very, very successful. That's up to him. Those are my two impressions. If you guys have a different impression, look, I'm way too drunk to read the chat. Drop it in a comment below. Or, more importantly, drop it in a comment on the archive of this video on Rekieta Law Live channel. If you're not subscribed to Rekieta Law Live, why are you even living right now? Go subscribe over there and drop a comment on this. It'll be uploaded tonight. And let me know what you think. I legitimately, those are the two options I see for him. Here's the thing. Let's go beyond Vic and let's talk about Emmett Plant and defendants like him. Emmett Plant has nothing to take. Maybe Emmett's got money, but Vic doesn't have monetary damages. What convention is booking Emmett Plant? I don't know of any, except for one I saw earlier today that said they might be booking him. Look, if a convention's booking Emmett Plant and you guys want to flood them with emails about how he's a sexual predator, go do it. You will not find any objection from me. Fuck these people. Use their own tactics against them. They frankly deserve the redo of healer treatment, but we'll take what we can get. I don't care about these people at all. If you guys want to go do that and go on a crusade against someone, go do it. Fuck them. They're pieces of shit. That being said, Emmett doesn't have many appearances to go after. I don't even know who employs him. I think he's self-employed and I think he's unimportant. Maybe he's not. Maybe he's got an employer to go after. That's on other people to do. I don't typically do that. I'm not going to advise people to do that. All I'm going to say is I don't give a shit if you do. Fuck him. He deserves whatever he gets. So if people go after Emmett Plant, go after Emmett Plant. No one cares. I don't know if you guys realize what 100, 150, 200, 300, 500, 1,000 emails means to a company. You don't know the amount of power that you have because Creation Entertainment, who canceled Vic, probably got less than 50 emails about him. It doesn't take much. I don't know if the right and the people opposed to cancel culture don't realize their power because they don't want to use it. But the people who get canceled, it's less than 50 messages. It's probably, for most of them, less than 20. Convention gets 5, 7, 10 messages about a person. Oh, I got to avoid controversy. I'm going to just cancel them. It's easier. It's easier that way. You guys are way more than 5, 7, 10, 20. Thousands and thousands of you exist. You want to go after Emmett's contracts? Emmett built the world he lives in. Fuck him. Hope he dies in a fucking fire. I don't care about this piece of shit. He could die in a fiery auto accident tomorrow. I wouldn't even know. And I wouldn't even care. And neither would anybody involved in Star Trek or anything else. No one would know. No one would care. He's not a person. Just like if I died tomorrow, most of you would just think I quit. It's fine. It's fine. All of these people feign importance. You'll never get an illusion of importance from me. Like I said, I'm just an asshole with a microphone yelling at it and drinking a whole lot of whiskey. And we're going to move to gin now because who's drank enough tonight? Not me. So anyway, if people want to go after Emmett and his contracts, that's on people. Won't catch me doing it. It's not my style. That being said, I don't even know what contracts he has to take. He's a weirdo. He's just some weird, desperate, sad sex pest. And by his own admission, right here, he didn't. Whoa, this isn't it. His own admission here from Tug. It was the ladies, not him. Let's go back to this one. So that the fate, I didn't show this one, I meant to. The fateful day that Emmett wrote his affidavit about and all of the, oh, I was so offended by Vic's activities. It was the 30th of June in 2013. This was the date of the convention where Emmett Plant was so offended by Vic's actions that 7 years later he had to write an article about it, right? Let's see what he says. I tease Vic Mignogna about his hair because I covet it. It is so goddamn pretty. My new pet name for him is Locks of Love. Haha, amazing. Told you Vic was cool, people. See both of you in a month. 2 responses because one wasn't good enough. The 13th of July, 2019. Oh, wait, no. That was posted by Tug on the 13th of July, 2019. Emmett, 30th of June, 2013. That weekend, Emmett was praising Vic. He's a fucking liar. He's a serial liar. He's an opportunist. And all he does is try to latch onto the achievements of men because he has 2 X chromosomes. Not like a woman, though. Like a gamma fucking male. The least useful thing in a society is a male who eschews his responsibility to be a man. And that's Emmett Plant. Oh, I'm not showing this. Here you go. Sorry. So this is from Tug. He says, CHAIR-KUN 2013, the place Emmett Plant said he saw Vic Mignogna pulling hair and that changed his life forever was on the 29th and 30th of June 2013. This post on June 30th talks about hair all right, like how Plant covets Vic's hair. Kick Vic, they love you till they don't. I stand with Vic. So this is him, June 30th, 2013, talking about Vic Mignogna and his hair. Props to this post for wouldn't it be funny if the only thing Emmett had to say about the CHAIR-KUN when it happened was how pretty Vic's hair was? And he had that phone number not because of cons, but Star Trek continues. Don't forget. I just want Vic Mignogna to know, as a lifelong Trek fan, I appreciated Star Trek Continues quality and dedication. Met Vic several times, and man, he seethed love and respect for the property. Fans of Star Trek. Vic is the only person associated with fan films that is in my iPhone contact list. Emmett Plant in 2017, 4 years later. Emmett Plant is a liar and an opportunist. He's a liar and a perjurer and a fucking beta bitch. Not fit to hold the title of man or woman. No wonder Emmett never brought up CHAIR-KUN 2013 story during his Facebook blog, dated 1 year after the con, where he describes a different individual that made a woman at a con feel uncomfortable. Let's see. This is in 2014. I recently had to turn down an opportunity to be a guest at a convention. I understand how crazy this sounds. If there's a way to accept it, I do. No one wants you at a convention anyway, you fucking weirdo. Thanks to an insane amount of work by Alina, I'm able to attend more and more conventions every year. I was invited by the con by a very close friend, and everything falling neatly into place regarding scheduling travel and justifying the expense. Everything was green until reports that one of the people running the convention was making women uncomfortable with unwanted sexual advances. It's obviously not cool, right? Right? In dealing with the fallout from the situation, that person was removed from their position and isn't involved with the con anymore, banished, except that they're still on the convention's board. That was a total surprise to me, but in fairness, it was a total surprise to a very close friend that invited me in the first place. Can't go, and that drives me crazy. I love conventions. I love meeting people. No one loves meeting you, you fucking weirdo. I love talking shop with fans and chilling out. It's one of my favorite things in the world. This particular con was an opportunity to catch up with a ton of great folk I know in the area. Blah, 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 blah. We can go on for days about women in sci-fi fandom and bad behavior by men. Talk about cosplay. We can talk about consent. We can talk about acceptable behavior and what it looks like and what it isn't. It's not my favorite topic of discussion. It is now. But I believe the conversation needs to happen. Notice, this is a year after his convention with Vic. Not a fucking word about it. Because Emmett is a liar and a perjurer. He lied to the court. He lied to the public. He lied to himself. probably lied to women to have sex with them, or at least pretend to. Wouldn't it be great if you had a hobby, struck a nerve? I don't know what this is. Emmett crush confirmed, lost the love. Gay. And then comics villain with my favorite tweet. How embarrassing. But anyway, so this is the Emmett Plant. Emmett is a clout chaser, an opportunist, but most importantly, Emmett Plant is a liar. Emmett Plant is a liar. Hey, what's up, Anna? That Star Wars girl. By the way, guys, if you are not subscribed to That Star Wars Girl, and if your diddly has ever wiggled in response to Star Wars, and you're not subscribed to That Star Wars Girl, you are terrible. Go subscribe to her. She's great. Anna's fantastic stuff. Also, catch us on Saturday on Flash's stream. That being said, welcome, Anna. Nice to see you in chat. Okay. Where were we? I have another topic. It's so fucking late. We're at 2:20 a.m. I guess I can do this real quick. Look, Winston Marshall. Let's do this. This is a Mumford & Sons Winston Marshall taking time away from band after praising conservative provocateur. Andy No. Mumford & Sons Winston Marshall announced Tuesday that he would step away from the band days after the banjoist faced criticism for praising a book authored by Andy No, a right-wing provocateur who condemned Antifa. Let's look at his fucking apology. This is beta behavior incarnate. Over the past few days, I have come to better understand the pain caused by the book I endorsed. If you're endorsing a book, a political book, and it doesn't cause someone pain, then you're a fucking bitch. Books cause pain. Pain causes growth. When did we start thinking of pain as anything other than a tool by which we channel our betterment? No pain, no gain. That's reality, motherfucker. And it's not just in your pectorals and your weak-ass triceps. It's in your goddamn life. If you are not hurt, traumatized, changed by something, then why did you fucking read it, look at it, engage in it? Pain? You're scared of pain? Stick a knife in your ass, you pussy. Get pain. Pain breeds strength. Stop fucking crying and start engaging in pain like a goddamn man. I am so tired of these fucking people. Pain caused by the book I endorsed. No book has ever caused anyone any more pain than was necessary to change their mind. I have offended not only a lot of people I don't know. Who cares about people you don't know? Remember what I said earlier? Stop presuming to influence people outside of your personal sphere. You change the world by changing your life. We are fucking lied to every single day of our childhood by people saying, oh, you can go out there, you can change the world. You can influence people around you. You can influence people you've never met. Stop it. You change the world. This is how. By changing yourself. Your own life, your own sphere. And if that change resonates with people, it'll change the world. Stop aspiring to be anything more than what you are. Again, not to get biblical on people, not to get evolutionary on people. It's two sides of the same argument. God created you to impact your own life and the lives of those around you. You evolved to impact your own life and the lives of those around you, not the world. Those are standout, rare occasions brought about by circumstance, not by work, not by talent, not by merit. People who impact, think of this, Kanye West, Kim Kardashian, Cardi B have impacted the world far more than any of you ever will. And you are all more talented than all of those people. You're all more important than all of those people, and you're all more knowledgeable than all of those fucking morons. Impacting the world is a matter of opportunity, happenstance, and luck. But it always starts by impacting yourself and the people around you. Focus there, because that's what's important in your life. Anyway, this guy, he's worried about people he doesn't know. Worry only about people that you know. Worry only about people that you have influence over. Most importantly, yourself and your family, and then only by extension, your friends. But also those closest to me, including my bandmates, and for that I'm truly sorry. Well, now we know that Mumford & Sons is a bunch of fucking Antifa cucks. Fuck you, Mumford & Sons. Eat shit. You're making a political statement. Go drive off a cliff like Thelma and Louise, you beta bitches. Nobody cares. As a result of my actions, I'm taking time away from the band to examine my blind spots. For now, please know that I realize how my endorsements have the potential to be viewed as approvals of hateful, divisive behavior. Andy No only hates having concrete thrown at him in a shake cup. Andy No, he's a harmless person in general. He's only harmful because he exposes truth and doesn't bitch up. Andy No is great because he tells the truth and he speaks with honesty and integrity. That's it. That's the biggest threat to the fucking world, is a man with integrity and honesty. That's it. And Andy No has that. He's not afraid to tell the truth. That's his hateful, abusive behavior. I've never seen Andy No hate anybody other than people who threw fucking concrete at him. Those people deserve the electric chair followed by a firing squad because the electric chair had a short in it and they only got burned and didn't die. Fuck them. I apologize, as this was not at all my intention. This probably wasn't even written by this beta-filled bitch. Stop apologizing! It's never enough. You can never say you're sorry hard enough. Ever, ever, ever. Man the fuck up! Stand by your goddamn words. Otherwise, why did you say them? Why did you say them in the first place? You can be mistaken. You can make a mistake of fact. I've done it. I've been wrong about stuff. When I do, you know what I do? I say, hey, I was wrong about this fact. I was wrong about this interpretation of law, whatever it is. I'll tell you. About your convictions, about your opinions, about your endorsements. You know why this motherfucker endorsed Andy No's book? It was truth. And for 1 second, he had a spine and a scrotum. Then he fucking got rid of that real quick. My opinions hurt somebody. Fuck off. If your opinions aren't hurting people, you're doing it wrong, you beta. So fucking tired of these people. These are the people who are supposed to represent men. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this. It's an ugly Justin Wang. It's a Justin Wang without the based, red-pilled, and comedy. And like half as Asian. Fuck off. You're not an example to anybody. You can't even stand by your own statements. Get wrecked, scrub. Nobody needs you. Nobody needs these people. Conviction, consistency, integrity. And if you can't find that in a man, that's not a man. If you can't find that in a woman, that's not a woman. Fuck them. I'm tired of these people. I'm done with these people. We've got to stop. If you're going to apologize like that, it's It's not a man. Here's what the apology for this looks like, by the way. Over the past few days, I've come to better understand the pain I caused by the book I endorsed. No. Nope. First you say, look, a few days ago I expressed an opinion about a book. The reason I expressed that opinion is because I confronted truths. I confronted truths that challenged my reality to the point that I felt those truths needed to be shared. You may not agree, and that's fine. But I am not responsible for your feelings, and I will always be consistent and have integrity in my own feelings and opinions. I think this book has merit, even if you disagree with the premises behind the arguments. Challenge your own thinking, reinforce or change your arguments, because that is what we do. Period. That is the statement you issue. You don't issue this bitch up apology. I've only come to learn that my opinion was wrong over the past couple days. Nope. Into the fucking volcano you go. The world doesn't have use for you anymore and won't be sad when you're gone. If you can't challenge your own thinking, and if you can't challenge someone else's thinking, the world has no time or need for you. You are a side character in this hero's narrative. Fuck right off, Stormtrooper number 6. Nobody wanted to know your backstory anyway. I am so goddamn tired of this. I am so tired of this. Look, there's a bunch of shit that I've read that I disagree with. I will tell you what it is. If it challenges me ever, I will tell you. I will tell you. Look at this. Stop crying. Never cry in public. I will tell you the closest I have come to crying in my entire life as an adult. Okay? You ready for this? It's a book. It's a book. And it brought me to the verge of tears. But I killed my crying self years ago. But I encourage you to read this book. It's called The Sparrow by Maria Doria Russell. She is a based Jesuit Catholic. She wrote a book about the Jesuits. It's a sci-fi book. It's a great book. Here's the summary of it. Some Jesuit priest and his group of friends down in South America happened to stumble across a radio transmission that is intelligent from another planet. And the Jesuits crowdfund and beat the government in creating a spaceship that will go and bring the truth of Jesus Christ to the heathen fucking aliens on some other planet. Okay? Cool premise. The government's trying to send a mission. The Christians do it faster. They do it first. The Catholics do it better than everybody else. And they send a ship. There's some spoiler alerts coming. If you want to learn the Sparrow, mute your stream for the next 5 minutes. Okay? It's a great book, though. They get there. It's these weird Khajiit people like on Skyrim, because everybody loves cat people because cat people are gay. They get there and they start evangelizing and teaching the truth of Jesus Christ to these cat people. Well, the cat people don't speak the language. They don't have the same cultural norms. What they do is they take these Christians as literal fucking rape slaves with their anthropomorphized, man-sized, barbed penises, right? You know how cats have barbed penises? Well, giant 6 foot, 7 foot tall cat people, they have barbed penises too. And when they anally rape the shit out of a Jesuit priest over and over again because he's an exotic prostitute, well, that's a thing. And he gets kind of tired of being raped after a while. And what he does is, at one point, the Jesuit priest who has built relationships and ministered to these people, these cat people, but he's been violated and abused and enslaved by them at the same time. This scene is the most powerful fucking scene in the book, and it comes way late in the book. This is a legit spoiler. Seriously, Stay away from this part if you want to read this book, and I really encourage you to do it. I really encourage you to read it. There's a child cat person that this priest has built a relationship with, ministry with. And while he's being routinely raped by the regular citizenry as a prostitute against his will, he's trafficked, right? He resolves that the next person who opens the door, he will kill and attempt to make his escape, no matter what happens. And the person who opens the door is a child cat, whatever, kitten person who he has identified with and built a relationship with. They've come to save him. But when they opened the door, his trauma led him to kill them because he was going to kill the next violator. And this is a Jesuit priest, for which killing is forbidden by the Bible, for which suffering is virtue by the Bible. Okay? And this is the predicate of the entire book, of the entire person's brokenness, of their quest for redemption. It is the most important thing in the entire book, is the sin that they didn't trust God enough, and that they didn't trust the people enough, and that they killed the one person who was trying to help them, is their greatest shame and greatest guilt in their entire life. And it's summarized in this one passage in the book. And I swear to God, I came so fucking close to crying while reading this. It's the most moving passage in any book I've ever read. And it challenged the shit out of my thinking. And I would endorse that book forever. It has a bunch of liberal crap because it's Jesuits, right? It's got a bunch of stuff I don't believe about God and about religion in it because it's Jesuits and they're a specific sect of Catholics with a specific set of beliefs. But that humanity that was displayed in that moment, in that brokenness and in that failure of that person to live up to their own principles, something that should challenge everybody. That's how you approach this shit. If something challenges you to break your principles, to question your narratives, to undermine everything you've thought about a people group or about yourself, that book deserves sharing, whether it's dangerous and offensive or not. I guarantee you, for many people, Andy No's book challenges their thinking and challenges their impression of the world. And that's what this guy said. He said, this book broke me. It challenged me. It changed my perspective. And he endorsed it. Now he's getting punished because the author is guilty of wrongthink. Bitch, nobody needs you. And no one will shed a tear when you're gone. Go away. Stop apologizing for facing truth. Anyway, the book, Wolves of Rust, the book is called The Sparrow by Maria Doria Russell. If you want a plausible near future science fiction, honestly, it is a great book. It is a fantastic book. It is phenomenally written. Its plot is fantastic. Its characters are great. And the writing is believable. I can't endorse it enough. I love it. I love it. And if I had not killed the crying part of me, I would have cried when I read that book. Okay. That being said, let me read a couple super chats and then we're going to wrap up the show. Matt 30D2000YT says, hey, Nick, could you please say, Michael, Code Geass is not the best anime in a Kermit voice? I can. Hey, Michael, Code Geass is not the best anime. It's for gays, buddy. That's in the title. There you go. That's my Kermit voice for you. Crackbot says Vic needs to become a VTuber. A VicTuber, maybe. Synac8 says, do not stick knife in your arse. I had that happen. It was the worst pain I ever felt. More painful than re-breaking my arm after a week of recovery. Wait, did you have a knife in your ass or in your anus? And follow-up question, whatever the answer to number 1 is, number 2, why? Crackbot. Thank you for the large donation. Says, Nick, you host the best drunk streams. You helped me through my deployment in Afghanistan, knowing normal people still exist in the USA. Keep up the good work. Crackbot. That's to you, brother, for doing the job that most Americans won't do. Thank you. Thank you. I'm glad to, in some small way, be a part of that. And I'm honored and humbled by every member of the military. Legitimately, every member of the military, the police, the firefighters, EMTs, everybody who sacrifices their life and their income for their country or their community. I owe you all a debt of service, debt of gratitude, and a hearty thank you. You are all better people for doing that, even if your motive was something else. It doesn't matter. You all stood up for a call where many others didn't or couldn't. And you deserve some level of credit for that. So, Crackbot, thank you for being over in Afghanistan. Genuinely and truthfully. All I am is some guy on the internet. All right. We're going to read a bunch of super chats and justice chats now. Thank you all for hanging out with me. Guys, let me be real with you. I want to stream on Twitch tonight. I can't. It's going to be 3 to 3:30 by the time we get done. I'm way drunk. And I had an electrician come by the house today. They were supposed to come by at 9:30 in the morning, which was already early for me. They came by at 8. 8 o'clock in the morning. I'm really fucking tired. So, I am going to go to sleep after this. Even though I've been neglecting Twitch this month, I am so sorry. But we will make up for it. We will make up for it with a lot of Twitch. We're going to watch The Girl Next Door soon. That's right. We're going to watch the Playboy documentary on Twitch. Because, you know what? I said it earlier. I love Bobs and Vagine, just like fake people from India. And so that's going to happen. But the next thing we're watching on Twitch is Coming to America 2. Even though I hear it's trash, we're going to experience the trash and all of its smelly, stinky goodness. But I can't do it tonight. So if you're going to leave for the super chats and justice chats, thank you for hanging out with me. Let's hit these things. All right. Lawyer who steals kids says, I tried to argue with a judge that CPS has a right to lie and perjure in court to steal your kids. I took a calculated risk, but man, am I bad at math. Orion Agape says, I would like to say mole to you. I mean, hello, not mole. What? Crusader Saracen says, hope you and the wife had a fun time for her birthday. She's not feeling great right now. You know how my voice and sinuses were bad the other day? Well, unfortunately, that spread around, and she's going through that. So it wasn't the most fun birthday on the planet as she was dealing with some sickness. However, we did buy a hot tub. And if you don't think hot tub streams are coming on locals, oh, they are. They are. We did buy a hot tub. It'll be delivered, I think, next week or the next week, one of those two. And that's why I had an electrician out to the house today. That was Lady Racket's birthday present. We've wanted a hot tub forever, and now we will have one. So that's coming. Ron being pegged by Lemon says, Super straight is totally gay. I'm an ultra instinct super straight blue. which is where I only bang biological broads after they've made me a sandwich and brought me a beer. Not true. Not true. Let's see. Linda Marie says the girls in Emily's chat want her to ask on legal. Wait, what? Oh, they want her to ask on Legal Eagle? Oh, God. That's the problem with a normie audience. Are you talking about Emily, what's her name? Fuck. Shit. Emily, D. Baker? Is that what it is? Emily D. Baker, yeah. Okay. By the way, first of all, Emily is great. And anyone who suggests that she needs Legal Eagle's beta bitch opinion on there, no. No, she doesn't need that. She's good on her own. And that's the problem with having a normie audience. And that's part of YouTube is they're like, you know, I saw this lawyer that was promoted by YouTube, Legal Eagle. He's probably good. No, sorry. He's a piece of garbage. And most people don't know that. Most people don't know that. Bad Vibes says to everyone else in the chat, it takes all kinds to make the world go round, from the janitor to the arsehole YouTube lawyer. As long as you're an upstanding, contributing member of society, be proud. Yes. I mean it, by the way. I mean it absolutely when I say the most important thing you can do is influence the people in your sphere. And the closest and most important sphere you can have is your family. Drexel and I will maybe disagree on this because he doesn't believe in marriage. I do believe in marriage firmly and fully. And I also believe in the product of marriage, which is children, offspring, progeny, the next generation. And so I think that a man and woman's biggest and most important job they will ever do, no matter what else they do. I don't care. I don't care how many fucking rockets Elon Musk sends to Mars. Nothing matters more than Elon Musk's kid, period. And that's what I believe about every single person on the planet. All right. Hessian says, the American Revolution wasn't won by chance or anything like that. Britain threw the war because it was run by a bunch of Whigs who were sympathetic to the revolutionaries. Britain lost the war just like Vietnam was lost. Today is just consequences. Look, even if that's true, it was lost for a reason, and the reason was important, and the message doesn't change. Night of Hope says, I mean, any self-respecting man would ditch the girl that was more taken with some other man. Even if you weren't as attractive as that guy, you never admit that. You just ditch the bitch, get in the gym, and find somebody else. Emmett is a trash human. Night of Hope says 3, which I don't know what number 2 was. It's not appears to be on here. It says, Nick, you're drunk. Jeez, buddy, slow your life down. You're repeating yourself like a 14-year-old white girl. We all hate Emmett Plant. It's okay, pal. Just take a breath, lol. Don't even at me, Night of Hope. I will do what I want. Crusader says, speaking of men leading and leading their households, did you hear that Meghan Markle isn't allowing Harry to drink beer, coffee, or tea? She got the prince of all Brit bongs to stop drinking tea. Simp does not even begin to cover it. Maybe abuse is better. Harry is the categorical king of simps, and he deserves exactly what he gets. Look, women, no man should take you away from your family, from your traditions, and from your upbringing and your culture. And in the same way, men, no women should do that to you either. And if a woman does that to you, you have to ask why she's doing that to you. Meghan Markle is a predator, and Harry is the prey, and it's embarrassing. Night of Hope says, I mean, I hate to say this, but some of the most successful men in history succeeded by violence to impose their will on others. Thinking Alexander, Genghis Khan, Suleiman, Napoleon, etc. Sadly, morality and worldly greatness don't always go hand in hand. Yeah, just because some men utilized violence to impose their greatness, and greatness is subjective and all of that shit. Maybe they weren't so great. Either way, just because they did it doesn't mean it's right for every single person. Those are the exceptions and the outliers. You're not going to lump Alexander the Great with every fucking Walmart employee male. But every single Walmart employee male can be an upstanding man if he chooses to, by taking care of the people around him and by not bowing down, by not simping, by not cucking, by not capitulating on his core values. Not every single Walmart employee male is going to lead a bunch of elephants across the Himalayas to take over some fucking country, okay? That's just not how it works. You can't use outliers to prove the rule. Outliers are necessarily the counter argument to the rule. All right. Super Mario says, Mamma Mia, Rackets. Today is a Mario... Mamma Mia! Rackets, today is Mario Day, March 10th. I just got done eating a salami and cheese and nice linguine after jumping on a turtle. I went to blow out Peach's back. When I got there, I saw Luigi and Bowser double stuffing her. Look. Peach is a simp. You got to go for the other chick. I don't even remember her name. Lolzy King, I missed this one. Sorry. He says, Emmett is a writer/audio engineer. His audiobooks do really shitty. He has never worked on the actual show. His bestseller was How to Speak Klingon. It still did poorly, yet he still uses this as a highlight of his life. Yeah, because he's garbage. Daisy. That's right. Daisy. Not Bowsette. What is he, a fucking scaly? No. Flandre Scarlet says Hegel was paid by the Prussian state to create a philosophy which raises the state to the position of God. Our education system is based on Prussia's, where Hegel worked his whole life. It is no coincidence that authoritarian left university admins find this shit cozy. Night of Hope says, I like what you're saying, but lots of profoundly world-changing people were shitty parents. You can go down as... That doesn't make them right. That doesn't make them right or their mission right. You go down a laundry list of things, of kings, presidents, scientists, businessmen, etc. Common tragedy, partially why we shouldn't aspire to greatness for its own sake. Exactly. That doesn't make them right. Look, fortune favors shitty people all the time. Bill Gates is one of the richest people on earth. He's also a pile of fucking garbage. That doesn't mean that he's right. Same thing with kings and aristocracy who have changed the world. Just because they happen to change the world in a way that was slightly better doesn't mean they did it right. Doesn't mean they paid attention to their sacred duty. You can forsake your sacred duty for temporary gain or even for long-term gain. I'm telling you, you shouldn't. But anyway, I think we agree on that, by the way. Shadows King 101 says, Monica accused Vic of mounting her without even giving her a chance to remove her saddle first. It's true. Night of Hope says, Nick, Vic did try to do that at least one time with those two dumb twin bitches, remember. Kind of blowing it on a few details here, buddy. Wait, Vic tried to have sex with two women. No one's ever denied that. By the way, that's fine for him to try to do. It doesn't make him a criminal. It doesn't make him worth canceling. Trying to slow you down here, but you don't read these till the end because I'm not loaded like that, lol. Look, Night of Hope, you send enough chats during a particular stream to send one chat that I'd read right away. Nothing Vic did undermines anything about what I said. Vic tried to have sex with two women at the same time. Most men would try to have sex with two women at the same time. One, it doesn't make it right. But two, it also doesn't make it worthy of cancellation. And to pretend otherwise, to pretend Vic did some egregious thing because he's like, oh, twins? Y'all are bangable. Look, if I was an unattached man and had a chance to have sex with two twins, I'm going to take it. And any man who says opposite is a fucking liar. All right. Thick Lasagna says, hey, Rackets, I heard that Vic didn't have a contract, but on their website it reads, Creation Entertainment does not advertise any talent without written permission from the talent or their representation. Seems super shitty on their part. It does. It does. Angry Fagling says, I'm going to have to call bullshit on you, Nick. The post from that loser did not have high interaction. Creation was looking for an excuse to drop Vic. No, I'm not disagreeing. I don't think Emmett was as effective as he says he was. He says it was the ladies. That's evidenced by them not having a contract with him. They took Vic's fans' money and bounced. Fuck them. Yeah, fuck them. And by the way, every fan of Vic should get a refund from Creation Entertainment immediately. And you should also learn the value of not pre-ordering. Audio Driver says, did you say no because the chick had a big forehead? No, she didn't have a big forehead. She was attractive. She was thin. She just wasn't, I wasn't into her at all. I was pursuing Lady Rackets at the time. Night of Hope says, you so need a fucking producer buddy. Geez Louise. Nah, I'm good. Pixlexia says, Nick, did you know Tim Pool's birthday was Tuesday? Wait, your wife's birthday was Tuesday? Wait, is Tim Pool your wife? No, I didn't know Tim Pool's birthday was Tuesday because I don't care when Tim Pool's birthday is. My wife's birthday was Tuesday. Tim Pool is not my wife. Pixlexia says, also, Nick, I appreciate your rants, buddy, but here's the problem. After you shave, your rants way have less impact. It's almost like watching a Nick voice coming out of a Toye face. Then again, the mole on your face is probably about as big as his dick. Rude, rude, rude. Night of Hope says, I agree. The problem is that every Walmart employee also isn't going to dramatically change the world by being an upstanding person. And they should not aspire to. That's the unfortunate reality we're stuck with. It'd be nice, but it generally doesn't happen. No, it wouldn't be nice. By the way, changing the world by being a generally upstanding person in your local sphere, if everybody who did that changed the world, we'd have a world that was constantly changing and would not be good. I disagree that that would be a good thing. It wouldn't be nice. It wouldn't be desirable at all. That's the point. The point is we're lied to about what we should expect out of life. Because, look, if you go to high school and college right now, you're going to be told that you're going to matter, you're going to have a job, you're going to impact the world. You can go out there and change the world. No, you can't. No, you can't. Not if you set out to do it. If you set out to change the world, you won't change shit. If you set out to change your life and your sphere, you may change the world. You will change your sphere for better. And that is the change that drives the change in the world. It's about people having kids. It's about people raising the next generation. It's about people educating this generation. It's about people doing good work. It's about people being productive in society. That, whether it changes the world or not, is irrelevant. It drives the world. If the world doesn't need change, it maintains the status quo by doing the work. If the world needs change, it drives the work. But it starts with being good where you are, not worrying about where you aren't. Night of Hope says, you started off tonight saying he didn't do it at all. Just trying to help you not trip up here. These retards trying to string you up for all this shit on the regular. He said he didn't do it at all. He said it. He's undermining his own premise. It's not me. I don't know what changed the mind of Creation Entertainment. I don't fucking care. What changed their mind isn't relevant. Here's the thing. I didn't get to this. This is the liquor. I didn't get to this. It doesn't matter what changed the mind of Creation Entertainment because it's not about Vic. It's about cancel culture. It's about virtue signaling. It's about all of these things. Those things have given permission, excuse, whatever, to conventions, to shows, to cancel people. That's what's happened. It's not Vic anymore. Vic might feel like it's Vic because it impacts him. Vic might think it's Vic because he has an ego. I don't know. It doesn't matter why. Vic feels the impact because it impacts him. But the impact isn't limited to Vic. It isn't limited to men. It isn't limited even to conservatives. Gina Carano was canceled. She's bigger than Vic. She's also a woman. And she worked for a bigger production than Vic. She was still canceled. This isn't about Vic anymore. It was about Vic at the time, and now it's a part of the culture. It's a fight on principles. And if Vic or anybody thinks this is about Vic, they've already lost the fight. Because you're not going to convince someone who is a slave to cancel culture to uncancel a person. Do you understand what I'm saying here? Vic can be 100% innocent. He could even be, he's not because he's a human, but he could be 100% virtuous and wonderful. And 100% innocent. He is not above cancel culture to someone who is a slave to the culture. Someone who's a slave to virtue signaling will not preserve Vic because they're slaves to virtue signaling and cancel culture. Okay, that's my point in this. Emmett didn't do it because Emmett didn't need to. Vic was going to be canceled because the moment anybody raised a complaint about Vic to Creation Entertainment, they were going to cancel him because they are a slave to virtue signaling and cancel culture. That's the reality. That's why I'm saying it's beyond Vic, and you can't focus on this being about Vic. It's not anymore. It has transcended him. It's about Gina Carano. It's about everybody else who's ever been canceled. Right now, it is expedient and profitable to cancel. Not because the customers think cancellation is good, but because the producers with the money think cancellation is good. And until that changes, and it's going to take some time because they're insulated and they're wealthy, till that changes, until, by the way, you all stop simping for it. You stop buying those Star Trek tickets. You stop buying those Star Wars tickets. You stop buying that Star Wars rental for the new movie. Until that stops happening in droves, nothing's going to change about cancel culture. All right. Batgoat says, here's for being super straight tonight. Congrats. Thank you. Funny Valentine 2020 says, redo of Healer episode 8 and 9. Thoughts? I haven't watched 8 or 9. I'm going to watch them tonight or tomorrow. Also, have you ever watched Old Boy, the Korean movie? No, I have not. I need to. Hashtag Chief Coward Roberts. Booty Appraiser says, apologies if you've covered him, but have you covered the Steven Donziger situation? I don't know who that is. No. Spartans 5000 says, that mole is big enough to file for a property deed. That's my mole, bitches. Leave it alone. Sean McDonald says, can't speak for the chat, but wish your wife a happy late birthday. Hey, thank you. Seth Alvery says, were you still planning to do the Time magazine breakdown you mentioned in a video a while back? I am. I'll try and work on that tomorrow. Marsupial Gamer says, can Vic use this latest tortious interference with Emmett Plant to convince the appeals court of ongoing damage from the original defamation? No, not really. He can't. Because Emmett Plant isn't a named party. And bringing Emmett Plant into the lawsuit would be, he'd be subject to a TCPA, he'd be subject to jurisdictional questions about Texas having jurisdiction, and bringing the case against Emmett Plant in his home state it'd be $100,000. Arcadian Twilight says, Republicans control nearly 3/5 of state houses. Why can't they rein in these state-funded and chartered schools from pushing the woke Marxist standards? Don't know. Well, they're not willing to. Breck Nichols says, Nick, I want to hire you to bring a lawsuit against Breck for, oh, well, you figure it out. I mean, you're the clever boots. We'll bring Breck Nichols. We will sue that Breck asshole right away. The gray one says, hey, Nick, hope you've been well and hope the missus had a wonderful birthday yesterday. Finally got home after a long day and I get to listen to interesting legal analysis. Thank you for the insight. My pleasure. Polish says, God bless and respect you. Keep sipping. That is all. Look, never stop sipping. Thank you, Polish, whatever you are. Emily Wooten says, wow, love your patriotic rant. Hey, thank you, Emily. Krusty says, this really black pills me. We're going to lose guns too, aren't we? God, I hope not, but be protective of them. Random Globetrotter says, Governor Abbott said Gab is anti-Semitic and chilled for Israel today. Check Gab's Twitter. I'll check it. 200 Watt Studio says, Lemoyne voice, I disagree. Boysenberry versus Madison was a delicious decision, especially on rye toast. Also, put me down for one of our t-shirts, Nick. My rights don't care about your feelings. I'm going to try and have it up tomorrow. Scarfy the Strange says, I always thought we'd have a civil war. I just never thought we'd have it in your chat. Yeah, baby. Kinnell living his 2-inch dream says, my brother was in the Navy. He suffered a head injury. It happened before being accepted, which probably helped him get in. John A. says, Mark Levin wrote a whole book dedicated to this, Men in Black. He made it clear most people are taught this in history class, but forget/don't care. Talbot Link says, I would lead a prayer outside the college admin offices where we treat the college president as Lord in protest, but I'm irreverent like that. Next, he says, at least the company in hell will be good. Yes. That umbrella guy says, Beta Plant. Hey, what's up, Tug? I know you're probably not here anymore because it's way late. Thank you very much. No one important says, sounds like Emmett needs to sit next to Ron with his I'm going to punch Vic, but Monica stopped me. What a couple of super cucks. F-name, L-name says, Emmett tried to be an Omega, but the only gays who would have him turned out to be office plants, and the same rumor suggests they all since ghosted. Damn. Scavenger McSpazzy says, enjoy the free rum money. I've been starved for info on Vic, case updates for what feels like ages. His life's kind of like the Book of Esther, full of poetic irony and hoisting himself on his own petard. Look, I'm waiting desperately to give you guys Vic info. In theory, it could come tomorrow night at 9:30 p.m. Central. We'll know. If it does, I'll talk about it. But I don't expect it. Wolfgang Deo says, Nick, I do not run my world. God does. Yeah, he does. But I don't get religious on this, so we talk about we talk about these decisions in a secular way, even though I personally have a lot of belief. Wolfgang Deo says, my decisions are mine, but God's plan supersedes. Yep, I agree. Bang Bang says, current voice, Emmett Plant has his ham radio call sign on his Twitter bio and doesn't realize it takes 2 seconds to look him up on the fcc.gov/ULS website. License search. The idiot doxed himself. Done played himself, pussy. Russell Hall says, imposition of will by force and violence is a story of humanity. Strong and the weak alike subscribe. The question is not whether it is manly, but moral. Look, my point is that it is immoral generally. Exceptions to the rule make history. But most people are not exceptions to the rule, and most people don't need to make history. We need to get out of our minds the idea that we're supposed to. You, me, we're not supposed to make history. We don't even merit a footnote. It's not our role. It's not our job. Your legacy should be your family. And if you're a believer, it should be your faith. That's it. Monica's personal fucking fiance says, I'm no beta. Monica thinks I'm very manly. When doing the naughty, she's always moaning, oh, VM. Very manly, right? Jason Pritchard says, super straight and super based rackets. Link says, the weight of leadership is responsibility. That weight breaks some and leads others to find strength to grow and still carry more. Angry Baneling says, you like Warhammer over StarCraft, you're wrong. Look, Angry Baneling, is it me who has to break this to you? StarCraft was supposed to be a Warhammer game, but the licensing fell through. So Blizzard just adopted the story for itself and the art and the themes. StarCraft is just a bitch-made beta substitute for a better property. Sorry to break it to you. That's what happened. The Reaper's Sphenoid says, hey, Nicky boy, getting married next month and would like a whiskey recommendation in the $100 to $250 range to have on my wedding day. Love your work, man. Cheers. Look, there's only one. There's only one in this range which you need. It is the Dalmore Cigar Malt Reserve. The Dalmore Cigar Malt Reserve. Marriage and the birth of your children merit cigars. And in this age of weirdness, combine your cigar and your whiskey. The Dalmore Cigar Malt Reserve. You won't be disappointed. It's a great, great scotch. Happy for any man who happens to procure it. Joshua Sanabria says, well, after that colorful description of an anime convention, I think I'd rather be eaten alive by toothless gerbils than go to one. Yeah, don't go. No one important says, keeping up with new anime dubs, and I can tell you from the casting, 90% is all new blood. That's right. No hid or hair of Sean and their little circle of VAs in sight in the new scene, Rip Kick Vic. Brooke Williams says, given the situation, have you ever advised Vic to go to the police himself to get an independent investigation? I am not Vic's lawyer or advisor in any way. In any way. I'm happy to consider Vic a friend, and I occasionally talk to him as a friend would. We don't talk about this stuff. I don't advise him on this stuff. That's not my role. It's not my job. I talk to Vic about what's going on in his life. And he talks to me about what's going on with my life with my family. Vic has met my wife, me, and all of my kids. He was very gracious and nice to all of them and to me. And I can't wait to see him again. He's a great dude. I hope to see him in April, actually. Hope to see him in April. So that being said, no, I don't talk to him about this stuff. I'm not his advisor. I'm not his lawyer. I'm not his media manager. I'm not his nobody to him. And that's, if he asked me for advice, I'd give it to him, but it's not where we are. Cucko Magic, thank you for the donation. Maxim Perkinov says, Genghis Khan was virtuous AF. He had 1,000+ kids of different women. Fact is, men can be promiscuous and virtuous. Wolfgang Dale says, hey, CHAIR-KUN, could you do us a favor and fall over the next time Nick calls all of us beta and gamma people? I don't even know what a gamma is. The Alienator says, D thinks it'd be funny that Vic would kill himself. Oh, yeah, these people are terrible, by the way. Funny Valentine 2020 says, to D, in feminazis, narrative control is greater than truth. Matthew L. says, was this the zit or the booze? Did you read about the banjoist from Mumford & Sons tweeting about Andy No? Yes, I did, and we covered it. We covered it. You saw it. Lolbug says, hi, dude. Hi, Lolbug. How are you? Serial Fox City says, don't try to ruin my life with lies when your life can be ruined with the truth. Gina Carano. Look, I wish you'd ruin some lives with the truth. That'd be great. Jen GM says, Emmett getting cannibalized by his equally degenerate friends. You hate to see it. I need to lift at 2 a.m. to rid of the proxy beta waves, I observed. Anthony Arribas says, that dude is the embodiment of what's wrong with men in this country. Our government needs to do what China is doing with men. #super straight. Damn. Wolfgang Deo says, Nick, it's fine. I missed you yesterday, but I seriously have to finish up some coursework, and thus I waive your requirement to us on the twitching. Joshua Sanabria says, well, shucks, illegal ain't nothing but a sick bird. Kalinka has a couple chats here, says, I can't type in chat. Susan hates Polynesians apparently or something, but I will say hi here. So hi, guys, and Nick, bro, you look puffy. Are you okay? I look puffy because the beard is lower. So you can't tell, but no, I'm good. She also says, just pointing out that what Nick said about Vic not picking up people at cons is true. Twins thing was his only time/attempt, allegedly. Look, he may have tried to pick up people a couple times, but it is not the norm. It is not the norm for him. But you know what's crazy? People accuse Vic of being a dog at conventions and trying to have sex with everything with a vagina. That's what every male attendee does. And the crazy thing is, it's not what Vic did. Sean Schimmel, Chris Sabat, after being married, These guys exploited their position to have sex with women all the time. Convention runners, talk to anybody who's worked at cons, anybody who's not still working at cons, talk to them. They'll tell you cons are an excuse to have sex with young women. Period, period, period. Now, personally, I don't have a problem with this. Look, if you want to bang 18-year-olds all day, go do it. Power to you. I'll cheer you on. That being said, you're going to virtue signal, say that other people are abusing their power for sexual interaction with women. You're a hypocrite and a liar. And the reason that all these con owners, all these voice actors are so anxious to cast quick aspersions on someone else is projection and deflection for their own misgivings and their own activity. Andrew War Snowboard says, did you hear about Miami Heat player Myers Leonard, who got fired for saying the K word for Jews on Twitch? He says he didn't know the meaning of the word. I didn't know about it until you sent me a message about it. I don't know anything about it still. Other than that. I guess. Kalinka says, to chat replies to me, offers does not equal accepting offers. And also, free me from chat jail, Susan, you fiend. Why does she hate you, Kalinka? I don't know what happened. All right, guys, let's see. Jane Doe says, please let me know why the F a guy who wouldn't even say we were exclusively a couple wanted to murder another dude we ran into and I thought was hot at a movie theater. That's beta behavior, Jane Doe. I don't know what to tell you. You're better off not being around that. And the reason that it offends you is because women aren't attracted to that. Women are attracted to confidence, self-assurance, and assertiveness. Guys who are concerned about other men, look. Every man knows there is a handsomer, sexier man out there than them. Every man knows that when his woman or any woman he's with looks at that person, they will, for a fleeting moment, go, oh, damn, that's a sexy man. Just as every woman needs to know that, trust me, there's a hotter chick than you. When she walks by, I promise you, no matter how much your guy loves you and is devoted to you, he's going to imagine splitting that ass apart with his penis. It's just what's going to happen. When a truly hot woman walks by, that's what a guy's going to do. It's not a reflection on you. It's not a reflection on him. It's biology. In the same way that a woman says, oh, that man is damn sexy, and they're going to think sexual, that men and women aren't that different. We are different, but we're not that different. We all have desires, and we're not really in control of them, and that's okay. Our control comes after the thought, and it comes in the action. But when you've got a guy who acts on that insecurity, it's not attractive. That's what's going on there, and you're better being away from that person. Night of Hope says, there's a thought question. If one cuck jerks off another cuck's horse, does that mean Ron Toye got cucked by Emmett Plant? Yes. I mean, I don't think any service that involves a barn, lantern light, and a fistful of cattle lubricant counts as a relationship. It does to Ron. Finally, Night of Hope says, there's a thought question. It's the same exact thing. I don't know why you sent it twice, but it came through twice. So, okay, guys. That's the chats for tonight. That's the show for tonight. I hope you enjoyed it. I really do. I always appreciate you guys showing up, hanging out in the chat, interacting with me. Tons of fun. We'll have another show tomorrow. Might have a special show on Friday about alternative schooling. Keep posted. Otherwise, thanks for hanging out, guys. I'll see you tomorrow. Have a good night. Peace. Peace.
he drinks a fair bit, but you realize that it just helps get his noggin jogging along. With his glass by his side and his kids asleep tight, we'll hear some law-splaining tonight. With his microphone muted, we'll laugh at this boomer until he explains it's all part of the plan. Watch his face become redder as he becomes meta, raging at idiots from Twitter and Erland. From the white shores of Maine to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the law better than Nick. So pour out a glass for the ones who have passed to make the law what we have now. Oh, his lady is fair, and she handles herself with the grace of one who has borne many children. As the wife of a lawman, she makes sure that he has the time and the place to provide for them there. So pour out an Ardbeg, a Balmore, a Lafroig. The spirits flow as the ones who get unemployed. So pour out a glass for the tea post on Twitter as we hear law-splaining tonight. From the white shores of Nan to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the law better than Nick. So pour out a glass for the ones who have passed to make the law what we are now. Oh, the guests are all plentiful, from Doug T to Drexel. They bring their perspective and spice to the mix. But the reason we're here and the one that we cheer is the one who is showcasing us his career. Get unemployed. So pour out a glass for the tea post on Twitter as we hear law-splaining tonight. From the white shores of Nan to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one